untuk lebih meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas dalam berbagai unsur penunjang proses belajar mengajar, serta menjalankan Tridharma perguruan tinggi secara terprogram dan terpadu. FISIP memiliki beberapa program studi, yaitu program studi ilmu pemerintahan yang berdiri sejak tahun 1992, program studi ilmu hubungan internasional yang berdiri sejak tahun 1993 dengan terus meningkatnya permintaan dan peningkatan keahlian dalam bidang pemerintahan, maka FISIP menghadirkan Magister Ilmu Pemerintahan pada tahun 1997, serta Prodi Ilmu Hukum yang mulai bergabung dengan FISIP mulai tahun 2017 hingga nanti berdirinya Fakultas Hukum tersendiri. Tahun 2020 adalah tahun penuh tantangan bagi kita semua. Namun, juga tahun kebahagiaan bagi FISIP, sebab surat izin penyelenggaraan program studi baru telah dikeluarkan oleh Dikti, sehingga FISIP memiliki program studi baru, yaitu Magister Hubungan Internasional, sebagai jawaban pada masyarakat akan kebutuhan tenaga profesional dan ahli pada bidang hubungan internasional. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Kartika Eka Paksi, milik TNI Angkatan Darat. Berdiri pada tahun 1992, FISIP berkomitmen menjadi dapur analisa bagi TNI Angkatan Darat. Namun, dengan berkembangnya kebutuhan masyarakat terhadap penguasaan ilmu serta arus globalisasi, mendorong FISIP untuk lebih meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas dalam berbagai unsur penunjang proses belajar mengajar, serta menjalankan tridharma perguruan tinggi secara terprogram dan terpadu. FISIP memiliki beberapa program studi, yaitu program studi ilmu pemerintahan yang berdiri sejak tahun 1992, program studi ilmu hubungan internasional yang berdiri sejak tahun 1993 dengan terus meningkatnya permintaan dan peningkatan keahlian dalam bidang pemerintahan, maka FISIP menghadirkan Magister Ilmu Pemerintahan pada tahun 1997, serta Prodi Ilmu Hukum yang mulai bergabung dengan FISIP mulai tahun 2017 hingga nanti berdirinya Fakultas Hukum tersendiri. Tahun 2020 adalah tahun penuh tantangan bagi kita semua. Namun, juga tahun kebahagiaan bagi FISIP, sebab surat izin penyelenggaraan program studi baru telah dikeluarkan oleh Dikti, sehingga FISIP memiliki program studi baru, yaitu Magister Hubungan Internasional, sebagai jawaban pada masyarakat akan kebutuhan tenaga profesional dan ahli pada bidang hubungan internasional. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, berada di bawah naungan Yayasan Kartika Eka Paksi, milik TNI Angkatan Darat. Berdiri pada tahun 1992, FISIP berkomitmen menjadi dapur analisa bagi TNI Angkatan Darat. Namun, dengan berkembangnya kebutuhan masyarakat terhadap penguasaan ilmu serta arus globalisasi, mendorong FISIP untuk lebih meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas dalam berbagai unsur penunjang proses belajar mengajar, serta menjalankan tridharma perguruan tinggi secara terprogram dan terpadu. FISIP memiliki beberapa program studi, yaitu program studi ilmu pemerintahan yang berdiri sejak tahun 1992, program studi ilmu hubungan internasional yang berdiri sejak tahun 1993 dengan terus meningkatnya permintaan dan peningkatan keahlian dalam bidang pemerintahan, maka FISIP menghadirkan Magister Ilmu Pemerintahan pada tahun 1997 serta Prodi Ilmu Hukum yang mulai bergabung dengan FISIP mulai tahun 2017 hingga nanti berdirinya Fakultas Hukum tersendiri. Tahun 2020 adalah tahun penuh tantangan bagi kita semua. Namun, juga tahun kebahagiaan bagi FISIP, sebab surat izin penyelenggaraan program studi baru telah dikeluarkan oleh Dikti, sehingga FISIP memiliki program studi baru, yaitu Magister Hubungan Internasional, sebagai jawaban pada masyarakat akan kebutuhan tenaga profesional dan ahli pada bidang Hubungan Internasional.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and best wishes to all of us. Greetings to the Honorable Rector of General Ahmad Yani University, Professor Hikmahanto Juwana SHRM PhD. Greetings and welcome to the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Social Science and Political Sciences, Dr. Agus Bagio, SIP, MSc. Greetings to the Honorable all of Vice Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences of General Ahmad Yani University, Dr. Suwarti Sari, SIP, MSc, Dr. Andres Dahli Sukma Priyadika, AR, MSc, Dr. Agustina Setiawan, SIP, MSc, as Vice Dean of FISIP, respectively. Greetings to the Honorable and respected faculty member, Head of Department, and colleague lecturers of Faculty of Social Science and Political Sciences, General Ahmad Yani University. And I would like to say welcome to all distinguished keynote speakers who already attend to the seminar. Ms. Anne Mary Murphy, PhD, Mr. Dr. Leonard C. Sebastian, Mr. Dino Pati Jalal, PhD, Professor John Blaxland, and last but not least, Dr. Siswo Pramono. Welcome to the first international webinar United States and China Rivalry, the view from region, proudly presented by Program Magister International Relations, General Ahmad Yani University. First of all, let us say thanks to the Almighty God who has been giving us mercy, guidance, happiness, and healthy so we can attend and participate in this international webinar without any obstacles until now. Ladies and gentlemen, I am as Master of Ceremony for International Webinar today. Allow me to inform the sequences today agenda. The first one, opening singing by National Anthem Indonesia Raya. The second one, welcoming remarks and reports from Dean of Faculty. Opening international webinar and greetings from Rector of General Ahmad Yani University. Dancer appearance and following to photo sessions. The sixth one, submission of certificate. And the core of the event is a discussion led by the moderator. And the last is closing. To the first agenda and opening of this event, let us sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, you may rise. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you may sit down. Without further ado, let's continue to the first agenda. We would like to hear the welcoming remarks and report of the event from Dean of Faculty. To the honorable ones, Dr. Agus Bagio, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Rector of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Professor Hikmahanto Juwana, SH, LLM, PhD. Honorable the speakers, Professor John Blaxland from Australian National University, Australia, Leonard C. Sebastian, PhD, from Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Singapore, Anna Murphy, PhD, from Seton Hall University, New York, United States of America. Dr. Siswo Pramono, from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. Dino Patijalal, PhD, Head of Study Program, Master of International Relations, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University. The Vice Dean and Head Study Program at Faculty of Social and Political Science, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to express thank you very much to the Rector of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University willing to attend an international webinar organized by the Master of International Relations, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University. Secondly, I would like also thank you for all the speakers who have agreed to fulfill the committee's invitation to become the speakers in the international webinar. Welcome at postgraduate program. Master of International Relations, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University. Thirdly, the international webinar took the term US-China rivalry, the view from the region. The purpose of international webinar activity is to give an overview of knowledge to all webinar participants, especially the student of Master of International Relations, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, about the problem, dynamic, and prediction of bilateral relation between the United States and China. We hope the international webinar will be running smoothly and to give enlightenment for all the participants of this webinar. Next, we ask the Rector of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University to give a speech and open this international seminar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Agus Subagio. Now let's continue to the next agenda, an opening and greetings from Rector of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University. To Professor Hikmahanto Juwana, SHLLM, PhD, please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Selamat pagi semuanya. Mudah-mudahan bisa terdengar suara saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And let me welcome our guest speakers today, Ms. Anne Murphy from Seton Hall University in New York. Actually, I've just returned from New York just a couple of days ago, and I was quarantined for 5 days in Jakarta. But when I arrived in New York, there's no quarantine. So it's a big difference. Secondly, Dr. Leonard Sebastian, a good friend of mine, Pak Edi from University of Indonesia, sends you his best regards. And also Professor John Blaxland from ANU. Thank you very much for this. You become the guest speakers at this conference. And of course, Pak Susiswo, a good friend of mine, who will soon be the Indonesian ambassador to Australia in Canberra. And also a good friend of mine who's currently the chairman of the postgraduate international relations department, Pak Dino Patijal. And of course, all the attendees of this webinar. Before I go further, let me introduce to Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Our university is owned by the Indonesian Army through its foundation. The foundation is called the Yayasan Kartika Eka Paksi. So if I may ask the committee to have the video on Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, which the chief of the army, when he appointed me and inaugurated me as the rector of this university last year, he asked me for Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani to be similar to the Naval Postgraduate School in the United States. And that is why I have asked Pak Dino to be the chairman of the Postgraduate International Relations Department, so that we may have the international profile of our university. So the panitia bisa diputar sebentar.
Siap, Pak.
Saya ingin Prof. Unjani di Indonesia harus menjadi level postgraduate school di Amerika.
Kasat dan petinggi jajaran TNI AD mengadakan pertemuan bersama Rektor Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani dan jajarannya untuk melaporkan asesmen atas Unjani dan upaya peningkatan setelah dilantik. Dalam paparannya, Profesor Hikmahanto Juwana memfokuskan pengadaan kelas berbasis virtual sesuai arahan Kasat Andika Perkasa. Pertemuan terkait kerjasama program Smart Digital Campus yang dipantau langsung oleh Kasat serta Ketua Yayasan Kartika Eka Paksi. Kasat Andika Perkasa melakukan kunjungan ke Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Cimahi untuk melihat langsung kondisi Unjani yang rencananya akan dibangun ICT serta beberapa renovasi gedung.
Unjani sudah saatnya untuk take off, sudah saatnya untuk maju. Kita harus bisa mengejar ketertinggalan kita. Sebetulnya potensi sangat besar, karena apa? Karena kreativitas di dunia pendidikan itu sudah sangat cepat sekali, kreativitas. Makanya ICT ini kita bangun, kita paksakan supaya kita bisa menambah jumlah mahasiswa tanpa secara fisik terlalu sering berada di sini, gitu loh. Tapi pada saat yang bersamaan memang kita pun harus memperbaiki fisik Unjani, fisik.
Awal Juli saya baru selesai 1 bulan pensiun, dilibatkan untuk perencanaan bagaimana membangun Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Jadi YAKEP hadir adalah untuk membantu Kasat mewujudkan kesejahteraan di bidang pendidikan, kesejahteraan di bidang moral keagamaan, dan kesejahteraan juga di bidang sosial kemanusiaan. Saya juga berharap Bapak Kasat ada kebijakan yang sebenarnya Unjani itu besar karena nanti akan kita kelola menjadi mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang unggul, dan mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang dihasilkan oleh Unjani itu saya berharap ada sekian puluh % yang bisa memasuk ke Angkatan Darat. Itu tujuannya.
Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Cimahi akan menjadi hybrid university, di mana mempertahankan kegiatan konvensional belajar mengajar, namun pada saat bersamaan menjadi open university yang memanfaatkan information communication technology dukungan dari Telkom Indonesia.
Pembangunan The New Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani merupakan bagian dari keinginan luhur keluarga besar TNI AD yang senantiasa ikut andil dalam perjuangan bangsa Indonesia dalam mengisi kemerdekaan Republik Indonesia dengan mencetak generasi unggul sehingga siap untuk menciptakan masa depan yang lebih baik. Selain itu, akan membangun akses eksit tol Jakarta Bandung, tepat di depan kawasan Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Terdapat pula pengembangan kawasan penunjang kampus yang berada di seberang tol. Kawasan ini mewadahi gedung dormitori sebagai sarana hunian bagi mahasiswa. Jalan akses dari tol juga terhubung ke kawasan penunjang, sehingga memudahkan akses bagi mahasiswa untuk mengunjungi kampus.
So currently we are revamping our campus and we are building our information communication technology. After 30 years we've been here. We are now entered into our 31st anniversary of the university. And it is the vision of the Chief of the Army to have the campus to be the same as other campus which have its names in Indonesia or any part of the world. I myself as director is only a person who is in the ground, making sure that the Chief of the Army vision realized. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences who initiate this webinar. And I would like to also thank Pak Dino Patijalal, who I believe with his connection that we have speakers from Singapore, from Australia, and from the United States. I hope that, of course, we hope to have the Chinese speakers so that it will be balanced when we are discussing on issues of the United States and China. The topic that we are going to discuss today is very important. There are two things why it is important. One is we understand that there is this US-China rivalry. It is not anymore between the East and West, but now it is China and the US. And we understand that China as the emerging power, of course, they would want, like the United States before, to expand its influence around the globe, especially in our region. The second importance is, of course, countries within these regions and also other parts of the world needs to adapt with this quote-unquote rivalry between the US and China. And this is where it is important for us, Indonesia, on how we can adapt with the current situation. It does not only affect the, how we look at the South China Sea issues, but also affects a very factual thing in today's current event, which is vaccine. In one newspaper here in Indonesia, when the Quad gave free vaccines to Indonesia, then there is a question whether this is a bribery from Quad, so they will go against China because the vaccines that we are having is coming from China, most of them. So this is very interesting, and I appreciate that we at Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani discuss this issue, and as a part of the Army, which is a university owned by Indonesian Army, I think this is very crucial to be discussed. So I would like to thank the speakers and of course look forward to their ideas and also what they say on the relations between China and the United States, which affect the region and the world. Without further ado, I'm going to end my speech. Again, let me thank everyone here. Let me thank Dr. Dino Jalal for having this webinar, and also the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Thank you very much, and wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Rektor. Thank you to Pak Rektor who already giving us opening remarks. And let's continue to our next agenda. There is an entertainment performed by international relations students. Miss Anastasia, please come. Following after this, we will be held a photo session. Please, head of the faculty member, follow the dancer to the front, following by the head of faculty, dean of faculty, and the vice dean, and all of the head of department. Please, you may get in front. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Salam komando. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh ya, tanpa masker. Okay, stand by. 1, 2, 3. Stand by. 1, 2, 3. Salam komando. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, head of department. To the dean of faculty, please remain stand in front.
This is why we need next time the speakers to come so that we can take real pictures.
Keynote speakers and participants. Certificate of keynote speakers and participants will be presented by Mr. Yohanes Sulaiman and Mrs. Del.
Ada.
Thank you to the Dean of Faculty, to Mr. Yohanes Sulaiman, and to Mrs. Mariana Delanova. Prior to start this event, we will be held a short break for coffee breaks until 10 minutes ahead. Okay, thank you. Prior to we begin this event, there is a short break or coffee breaks for 10 minutes ahead. For the participants, you can have a break also. Thank you.
Sorry, if I may suggest, we just go ahead with the program, since all of us will have our coffees in our respective rooms. So
I apologize. We will be begin immediately for these events, and please welcome to our honorable moderator, Mr. Yohanes Sulaiman. thank you to Mr. Johannes Soleman. Mr. Johannes Soleman is a PhD from the Ohio State University, Department of Political Science. Dissertation, The Banteng and the Eagle, Indonesian Foreign Policy in the United States during the era of Sukarno, 1945 to 1967. By 2002, Mr. Johannes Soleman get the graduate students from the Ohio University as well, Department of Political Science, the master thesis by Between the Discourses and Violence, an analysis of ethno-religious conflict in Indonesia. And by 1998, University of Wisconsin-Madison International Relations graduate with distinction. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Johannes Soleman. You may start and begin the.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to welcome all our distinguished speakers today, Mr. Pak John Blaxland, Pak Leonard, and Pak Dino. Okay, my apology for these technical problems. Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for everyone. And first of all, I would like to say welcome to our distinguished speakers, Pak John Blaxland, Pak Leonard Sebastian, Pak Dino Batik Jalal, and later we will have our as usual, great Anne-Marie Murphy, and of course, I also would like to welcome Pak Rektor, Pak Hikmahanto Juwono. Glad to see you here, and basically everyone. Okay. Yeah. Before I start we start the discussion, I would like to say a little bit about our new program here. University of Unjani has just opened our master degree in international relations starting earlier this year, and this webinar serves as two functions. First of all, it is a kind of advertise that we have a great program and we would like to welcome everyone to enroll here to look at our like what we are doing here, and also at the same time we have a new publication, a journal called Journal of Global Strategic Studies, and Journal of Global Strategic Studies, and we have here distinguished edition. Some of our distinguished speakers are also agreed to become part of our international editorial board. Pak John Blaxland is one of the first who jumped on the bandwagon, and also would like to thank you, Pak Leonard Sebastian, who also want to be part of our journal. We also have Donald K. Emerson, Pak Bill Liddell, William Liddell, and Bob McMahon from Ohio State University. We also have a colleague of Mr. John Blaxland, Pak Marcus Misner, who will also part of our editorial board. And we have John Mueller, and we also have Anne-Marie Murphy. Well, she's just come in. Welcome. And so basically we have lots of distinguished international editorial board, and meaning that we have to publish something great, otherwise, and we don't want to do something that will embarrass you all. If you are interested in joining with our in our project here, feel free to contact us, contact me, contact Ibu Della, and anybody here in Unjani. We will welcome you aboard, and we are also soliciting articles, high quality articles from everyone. And now, without further ado, let us start our discussion today with our first speaker. Okay. Is Professor Anne Murphy online? Is she online now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I would like to welcome our lovely Anne-Marie Murphy in person, or in virtual person here. And please give her a big applause.
Oh. Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't get my background to work.
The floor is yours.
You want me to talk now?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I didn't realize I was on right now. I was hoping to share my screen, but my apologies. I just came from another conference and I'm not quite set up the way I would have liked to be. I take it nobody can see my screen at this moment with my PowerPoint, huh?
We can see it. We can see your screen, Anne-Marie.
You can see my PowerPoint?
Yes, I see it, yes.
Oh, wonderful. I'm sorry, I'm looking at myself. Thank you so much. Okay, so I am delighted to be here. Thank you so much, Johannes, for inviting me with such a distinguished group of speakers. It's my pleasure to be speaking to your university. What I want to do today is make a short 15-minute presentation on the United States Free and Open Indo-Pacific strategy and what the implications are for Southeast Asia and particularly Indonesia. So the way that I would like to go through this is simply to trace a little history, briefly discuss the Obama administration's rebalance or pivot to the Pacific, then discuss the changing views on China, move up to the Trump administration's transactional America First foreign policy, then talk about the free and open Indo-Pacific. Is it really a strategy? Is it a vision? Is it a set of principles? How do we think about it? Talk about the implications for this, and then some thoughts on where the Biden administration may be. So, as I noted, the Obama administration's pivot or rebalance to Asia was the precursor to this. And it was a multidimensional strategic vision. There was a security component designed to strengthen alliances and partnerships, redeploy 60% of the US Navy up to the Pacific, which was up from 50%, rotate some Marines through Darwin Air Base in Australia, and new naval deployments to Singapore. So there was a security component, there was an economic component, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a gold standard FTA, and then there was a multilateral component. The US under Obama embraced ASEAN architecture. It signed the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. It joined the East Asian Summer. It appointed the first resident ambassador to ASEAN. And Obama backed up his administration's commitment to the rebalance and to Southeast Asia with the most precious commodity that any president has, his time. He showed up to 7 of the 8 ASEAN meetings during his presidency and only missed it the year that there was a government closure in Washington. And because this rebalance was multidimensional, not just security, and there's always a criticism that US engagement with Southeast Asia and the broader Indo-Pacific is security laden, but it was multilateral, there was an economic component, and it was designed strategically to address that question that many Southeast Asians had about the US commitment to the region and to reinforce that the US, to use Biden's term, was back. Now, as we all know, the Trump administration reversed that. But I want to point out that even during the Obama administration, there were changing views on China that would have led to some type of reassessment of a broader Indo-Pacific policy. Because when Obama came to the presidency in 2008, the basic view on China was the one that American policymakers had had since the opening under Deng Xiaoping, which was that China was a country that could be incentivized to become a quote unquote responsible stakeholder. China had grown rich and grown strong under the rules-based order that existed at the time, and therefore the logic on the part of American strategists went, it would have an interest in sustaining those rules of the international system. And yet what they saw during this period was a huge number of things that from the US perspective changed this perspective of China as a status quo power. First, in 2009, it issued its 9-line map, which claimed 90% of the South China Sea, which to the US is viewed as a privatization of the global commons. We all know that China seized Scarborough Shoal in 2012 militarily. It began island building around 2014. And I think from the US perspective, it's critical to note that during a visit in 2015, Chinese President Xi Jinping promised or responded to an Obama's plea not to militarize those islands, that he would not. And the fact that that promise was made and then breached was extremely impactful in a very negative way to the perceptions of American policymakers. Henry Kissinger once wrote that lies are poison to relationships. And that lie in particular changed perceptions. We also had issues then, of course, with trade concerns, cyber espionage, and other steps that China was taking, such as the what now become known as the BRI and the China Investment Bank, that the US viewed from its perspective as an assault on the quote unquote, its version of a rules-based order. So then, of course, what do we see under Trump? Trump, as we all know, adopted an American first, very transactional foreign policy. He shifted away from the multilateralism of the Obama administration to a much more unilateral foreign policy. With regard to economics, he withdrew from the EPT. He declared a trade war with China that obviously had negative impacts on the rest of the region. And while many countries had concerns over China's trade policies and would have been happy perhaps to discuss them with a case at the WTO, none really supported this unilateral assertion on China. The Trump administration had a very aggressive focus on trade deficits and on generalized specialized preferences. So it put Indonesia on the list of 20 countries with which the US had the largest trade deficits, threatened to sanction Indonesia, threatened to withdraw GSP privileges, although they were ultimately retained. And he really abandoned Obama's embrace of ASEAN. He attended once in 2017 and then subsequently skipped the meetings, and in his last year sent an extremely low-level delegation to that. He also abandoned his predecessors and the traditional US emphasis on democracy promotion. So under Trump, you had the US reverting back to this kind of unidimensional security focus on Southeast Asia that most Southeast Asian countries had wanted to see. So with that as background, when you have the Trump administration declaring a free and open Indo-Pacific, it was not viewed as a strategic assessment of US interests and a strategic response to them. In contrast, it was viewed as a knee-jerk response to China. So if we look at some of the principles within the FOIP, as it has become known, you see the US saying, we want freedom from coercion, juxtaposed to China's use of force in the South China Sea. We want freedom of navigation, in contrast to an anti-access area denial strategy, or some scenario in which one might need China's permission to transit sea lanes of communication. The US advocated a rules-based order rather than a might makes right, free and fair trade rather than predatory economics and debt trap diplomacy. And so these principles were geared to contrast China, or in contrast to China. So what are the implications then for Southeast Asia and Indonesia? Well, it's increasing Sino-American rivalry, right? And although small and medium countries sometimes believe that some degree of competition between great powers gives them greater room for maneuver, gives them alternative partners from which they can seek economic and security benefits, clearly, to the extent that this rivalry becomes zero-sum, then it creates this pressure to choose sides. And of course, that has traditionally been viewed as the nightmare scenario by Southeast Asian countries, particularly Indonesia, which as the largest country has always viewed the promotion of an autonomous regional order free from great power competition as a key national interest. So we see that President Xi has abandoned Deng's low-profile, bide your time foreign policy. He's adopted a more assertive one. We see that President Trump, as I mentioned earlier, abandoned this view of China as a potential strategic partner and replaced it with one as laid out very clearly in his national security strategy as a revisionist peer competitor. And what we see now is that that is making it much more difficult for Southeast Asian countries to, to hedge their security and economic bets. Well, none really want to choose sides. So what are we likely to see under Biden? Obviously, it's still unclear. Biden, as we all know, has said, the US is back and we're ready to lead. The question, of course, is, well, does anybody want to follow? And here, it's quite frankly a bit unclear. As I noted earlier, the Trump administration withdrew from the TPP. And what we've seen since is that under Japanese and other regional leadership, the TPP moved forward. The CPTPP, you've also had under ASEAN leadership, the conclusion of RCEP. So where economics is such a key concern to Southeast Asian states, particularly today when economic recovery from COVID is a clear and pressing national interest, it's really unclear what the US can offer in the economic realm. Access to US markets, sure. Infrastructure financing, as the Chinese do under BRI, the US cannot play in that space as a market economy. We see that the Biden administration has committed to a much more multilateral partners. It says that it is ready to engage with allies and partners. And clearly, this is something that would be much more welcomed in Southeast Asia and Indonesia as ASEAN's key leader in particular. And clearly, this was the plan at the time of the Biden administration. And yet, the February 1st coup in Myanmar poses a key challenge to this. One, because ASEAN's attention is focused on trying to grapple with the Myanmar coup. But number two, it's very difficult to imagine US Secretary of State or others sitting down with General Maung Ing at ASEAN meetings. During the last period of military rule, the US and many Western European countries did not meet with their ASEAN counterparts if the Myanmar leaders were there. So it's very unclear how this will all play out. In contrast to the Trump administration, which viewed China, as I indicated earlier, in primarily zero-sum competitive terms, we see that the Biden administration has called for some mix of cooperation and competition. Cooperation on climate change, on the pandemic, on many of these transnational issues that require what's the word I'm looking for? Complete global responses. And yet it's unclear where the levels of competition will go. We've seen that the Biden administration has not lifted the Trump era tariffs, and its interim security strategy labeled China a source of key competition. So there's going to be that mix. Yes, we want support for the Biden administration has noted allies and partners, not a transactional diplomacy. And yet, when we look at the Biden administration's interim security strategy, it does not, in its 23 pages, mention Indonesia as a potential key partner. And it doesn't mention it once, which to me was surprising, given that the Biden administration has re-emphasized democracy promotion, human rights, and it called in that interim security strategy for partnerships with leading democracies. So why was the Indonesia left out? I think that this emphasis on democracy promotion can be backfired on the US. So I know I'm out of time. So just in conclusion, I think that we can say that the US Free and Open Pacific is a reaction to Chinese assertiveness. It's a maritime strategy that increases the importance of Southeast Asia and Indonesia due to its strategic position. It increases Sino-US tension, makes Southeast Asia a focal point of rivalry. And this, of course, threatens ASEAN cohesion and centrality. And I'll leave it to the Q&A to talk about what may or may not come of this and whether we might see any changes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much for your excellent presentation as usual. It is very glad to have you the first presenter because you're always doing great job setting up the space, basically setting up the floor for another speakers. It is very interesting discussion about China's rise, about how United States changes in seeing China during Obama, and then how Trump unilateralism caused some problems. And this is actually a great discussion about setting up the scene for everything. And of course, now we want to see like what's the view, what's the perspective from the ground. So let me give the second second slot to Pak Leonard Sebastian, who is going to give us the view from Singapore, Southeast Asia, or ASEAN as the whole. And without much further ado, we would like to welcome Pak Leonard. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Yes, good to see everybody. Yang terhormat Pak Hikmahanto selaku Rektor Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, Dr. Agus Subagio selaku Dekan FISIP dan Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik, dan rekan-rekan undangan serta para peserta International Webinar United States and Indonesia Rivalry. Saya ucapkan selamat pagi dan terima kasih khususnya kepada Pak Dino Patijalal dan Pak Yohanes Sulaiman yang memberikan saya kesempatan untuk berbicara pada pagi hari ini bersama-sama rekan-rekan pemateri lainnya. Selamat pagi semuanya. Saya harap semua dalam keadaan sehat selalu. Berhubung waktu yang diberikan cukup singkat, maka akan langsung saya mulai ulasan mengenai paper saya yang berjudul Lessons from United States Grand Strategy, Estimating United States Foreign Policy Commitment to Southeast Asia under the Biden presidency. Let me now share screen. Okay, fantastic. We can begin. Let me now start by just providing us with a little bit of an introduction to what I want to do this morning. The presentation I want to focus on focuses very much on the grand strategy dimension of foreign policy. After my introduction, I will talk a little bit about the objectives and put together the research question, highlight the frameworks that I will utilize to evaluate grand strategy, do a little bit of an assessment on post-Cold War US grand strategy alternatives, and then zero in on the grand strategy of the Biden-Harris administration, or at least what we think we can make of it over the past 5 months. So this is not really going to be as definitive as I hope it will be, but I think what I want to do is I want to try to look very much at the grand strategic dimension, because we have other speakers who can look very closely at the US perspective and can highlight nuances based on their own perspectives of these issues. So let me just start first by looking at the Biden administration, specifically the first 100 days. Now, what is good to see in the first 100 days has been this pattern now, an encouraging pattern of America being on the path to national self-recovery. This comes after disastrous inroads were made into the US way of life and its place in the world by acts perpetrated by his predecessor, President Donald Trump. This reversal of America's course by President Biden is an important achievement. However, President Biden's mandate for change will be hobbled by forces that operate outside his control. And in many cases, these lie outside the ambit of America's power. Domestically, Mr. Biden's policies have been actually quite radical. If we think in terms of the first 100 days, his US 1.9 trillion COVID-19 stimulus package is being compared to the US 800 billion economic relief package that former President Obama signed about a month into his first term. That package helped to prevent the Great Recession of 2007 to 2009. And it prevented a repeat of the Great Depression of the 1930s. So indeed, if we think in terms of the lineage of the reformist legislation that Mr. Biden has embraced, it goes back actually to iconically dreadful times. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's introduction of the New Deal immediately after taking office to reverse the effects of the Great Depression is a landmark of contemporary American and global history. And to a certain extent, I think history may have something similar to say about President Biden in the coming decades. Let's see how this evolves as his is really a landmark presidency because of its radical reformist agenda. Now, Mr. Biden has been very active, particularly focused on moving the national vaccination drive to a point where we hope the United States will reach normalcy by the end of the year. Unfortunately, the previous administration's mishandling of the coronavirus pandemic gravely impacted the US standing internationally. And if we were to contrast the US approach to China, America's chief rival for global preponderance, China has ranked amongst countries where strong and purposeful governments have used iron will to curb the spread of the disease by using perhaps draconian measures where necessary. America is now gearing up to meet the challenges of power politics in this post-COVID world because it is fighting the pandemic where it hurts the most, at home. Already, the United States has restated its global role in two important ways. First, it is Mr. Biden's decision to rejoin the World Health Organization. President Trump left the WHO in the belief that it was under China's control during the pandemic. Mr. Biden's gesture is not merely symbolic. The United States can make a difference to the WHO, not only by remaining in it, but by shaping its direction. For the duration of the COVID-19 at least, the WHO will remain critical to America's influence in a stricken world, although the organization will serve to amplify China's global influence as well. However, it's good to see America back, and we are so pleased to see things moving along significantly. The second American gesture of returning to the world goes even further. One of Mr. Biden's first executive orders directed the United States to rejoin the Paris Peace Climate Agreement, which President Trump had left in a huff. As the world's second largest polluter after China, and yet the world's largest economy, the United States possesses the democratic wherewithal to reverse the existential maladies of climate change. Climate change deniers in the United States have had their day, And now it's a time, now is the time for a new dawn. Clearly, a new America is evidently ready, and it seeks to rejoin the world order from which President Trump tried to disengage the United States. However, there will be limits to this re-engagement. The international triptych of China, Russia, and Iran, for example, challenges the extent to which President Biden can go politically to uphold American primacy in a changing world. So there is no doubt about this. A constellation of countervailing powers have formed in response to the rise of American hegemony following the post-Cold War demise of the Soviet Union. China, Russia, and Iran became revisionist powers in the global status quo, anchored in American power. This is a fact of international life which Mr. Biden and the United States will have to live with. So in a sense, we look at the realities of the international situation, and we make our calculations in the same way that Americans who do well to judge their president by the realities of the international situation, not by what they would like their country to be in an imagined world order. Now, let me move on to the paper that I will be delivering to Pak Johannes for the new journal. Now, what I will share today will come with a more extended paper, and the paper actually outlines objectives which allows us to focus on the U.S. grand strategic alternatives, and it provides a preliminary analysis of the Biden administration strategy and how they fit with these alternatives. And then I put together some research questions, specifically what things look like in the post-Cold War setting, and what exactly would be the possible grand strategy fit for the Biden administration. So far, what we have seen is basically a policy document called the Interim National Security Strategic Guidance. So that provides the major strategic guidance for the foreign policy goals of the United States. But we don't really know whether it'll become, what it'll actually become. I mean, is it just going to be a metaphorical Christmas tree of US foreign policy, or will it become a meaningful guideline to give us a sense of how President Biden will engage the world in the coming months? So against the backdrop, right, what my paper will try to do is to provide some sense of what the pattern of US grand strategy alternatives will look like. Now, for the definitions, right, I think there's a lot of good material that I can focus on. And what I will try to do in my paper would be to focus on the contemporary thinkers that have contributed significantly to American grand strategy. And these include Hal Brands, Richard Betts, Anne-Marie Slaughter, Robert Art, Stephen Walt, and John Mearsheimer. So the grand strategy perspectives that I will zero in focus basically on three criteria. First would be the limited or an expanded definition of national interest and vital interest. Second, the prescription that limits or allows the means and costs of conducting foreign policy to achieve such vital interests. And finally, the stake or willingness in conducting such policy. So how does this play out then in the context of how I want to look at American grand strategy? Now, there are a couple of important points here to bear in mind. These are patterns that have been picked up over the post-Cold, over the Cold War and the post-Cold War era. The first would be neo-isolationism, and in this context, the main assumption of neo-isolationism or disengagement revolves around the belief that the US has little security interest beyond its borders. And then there is offshore balancing, a second grand strategy alternative, which is probably the most prominent or more popular alternatives amongst US academics. Its proponents are John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt. The next would be selective engagement. Its proponent is Robert J. Art, and it starts from the assumption that an alternative grand strategy must be able to set limits on US foreign policy objectives. And finally, there is the deep engagement dimension. A deep engagement or primacy and dominion perhaps is the alternative that attracts the most criticism due to its ambitious nature. So there are these four dimensions. So what does it all mean then in the context for Southeast Asia? Now, when we think about it, there is a certain degree of we have to place this right within the context of what we have seen evolving over the last couple of months. And in this context, we look closely at the recent rhetoric, right, in relation to first and foremost the exchange between US and China in Anchorage on 18-19 March, which was extremely problematic in terms of the semantics that we saw. Secondly, the issue of the US sanctions on Russia. The two episodes illustrate that the Biden administration would not hold back in using more coercive tools when engaging its global competitors. Yet the pattern of US foreign policy commitment is quite inconclusive without analyzing foreign policy in the Middle East, South Asia, or other regions. For example, the Biden administration seems to maintain strong US commitment in supporting Israel's security in the recent conflict at the cost of displaying US inability to act decisively as a good referee in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. In addition, President Biden has also displayed how he has planned to end the military deployment in Afghanistan, the unending military decision that has divided American lawmakers. So what would be the impact then for Southeast Asia? My sense is, right, it is fair to say that the Biden administration's actual foreign policy fits more the pattern of selective engagement, of a selective engagement grand strategy. However, the rhetoric is interesting. The rhetoric is one of deep engagement. So in a sense, we still need to see how this plays out. And when the paper is completed, I will basically develop these ideas in greater detail of deep engagement and selective engagement. But my sense is the direction that the Biden administration is heading to with respect to its Southeast Asia policy is going to be that of selective engagement. So a selective engagement grand strategy will be what might prevail in Southeast Asia. Okay, Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I wish all of you success and good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Leonard Sebastian, for your very, very interesting presentation. And I'm kind of so Pak Leonard has made a kind of interesting contrast between Trump and Joe Biden, and the promise from Biden's campaign is that he's going to go back to deep engagement, but the fact on the ground is that from Singapore is that he's choosing a selective engagement. But I really want to know more. Maybe later we can talk this more in the discussion. But do you think which one is better actually? Do you think it's better for him to do just a selective engagement, or do you think it's better for him to go for the deep actually? I think it will be very interesting thing to ask to debate later in the question and answer. And I'm looking forward to hear what you're going to say in the Q&A. And thank you very much. And now, now let me give the floor to Pak Dino Patijala as the head of the Master Degree of International Relations of Unjani, and our third speaker. And so we can now hear something from Indonesia first before we are going for Professor John Blaxland. And I'm also looking forward to your discussion on Australian view, which I think will be very, very interesting. And later we are still waiting also for Pak Siswono to come. Yeah, we are still Pak Siswo Pramono to come. We are still waiting for him. But now let me give the floor to Pak Dino Patijala. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Yohanes. I want to greet Rector Professor Dr. Hikmahanto Juwana. I want to greet Pak Subagio, and also my friends here, Pak Leonard Sebastian. It's very good to see you. Anne-Marie Murphy. We were just in the same Zoom session with Pacific Forum just an hour ago, and also Pak John Blaxland. Hello, and also Pak Siswo Pramono. Let me begin with this interesting question. I usually ask my American friends, look, you have two giants in Asia. You have China and India, large countries. There are over 1 billion people. They have armies and they have economic strength in varying degrees also, right? Why do you see China as a threat, or adversary, and not India, right? And usually the answer I get is that, oh no, India is a democracy and China is not. So that's why we see it that way, But the real answer is that it is China, not India, who has the capacity to threaten and replace the U.S. supremacy, right? Whether or not that is accurate description or not, that's another story. But the Americans believe that it is China that threatens not the U.S. but the U.S. supremacy or U.S. dominance, right? So those are different things. Threatening a country and threatening its position in the world are two different things, right? So I think it's quite important to understand that dynamic in U.S.-China relations. I do detect a sense of insecurity when I talk to my American friends. Insecurity being, hey, we're number one, but on a lot of issues we're no longer number one, and the country that took that title is China, right? And meanwhile, on the other side, what we see in China is a growing sense, not just of empowerment. Definitely China's power has grown phenomenally in the last 20, 30 years, right? But a sense of entitlement and exceptionalism, right? And these are the things that used to belong to the United States, the only superpower with exceptionalism and so on. And for China saying, hey, we're there too, we're entitled to, and we are also have the sense of exceptionalism, right? President Biden recently at his State of the Union address said that, hey, look at China. China is becoming the most significant and consequential country in the world. And he framed it as something that should alarm the United States, right? And perhaps in the context of US political and strategic culture, that's the case, right? But to be honest, I asked a lot of my friends in Indonesia, the response is, so what? Right? Interesting, right? The response is, so what? Yeah. There is not an American trophy, the title to be the most significant and consequential country in the world. It's not a right of any country. In fact, it's the right of every country. And they see it as normal that as China grows, or even as Russia grows, and maybe other countries, that they would want to have that significance as the most consequential or significant country. So while in the United States it's seen as something alarming, in other parts of the world, and I'm talking about Indonesia, and I bet in many other countries, they say, so what? This is one thing that has what do you call it? That has been reinforced in my mind, that how China is seen in Washington compared to how China is seen in Jakarta, or how China is seen in Tokyo or in Vietnam, is different, right? There are different perspectives, and there's a lot of shades, and there are a lot of nuances in the difference in how these countries see China. But I do believe that, yes, I mentioned that China is seen as a threat to US strategic dominance. But I think in Southeast Asia, what is important is not so much strategic dominance, but political influence. I find this quite interesting that United States remains strategically the most powerful country in Southeast Asia. As a security provider, it has the Indo-Pacific Command. Its defense budget worldwide is more than $700 billion. China is only half that, and so on, right? But China doesn't really want to compete with that as yet, right? What China, and they've been doing quite effectively, is trying to be the country with greater political influence than the United States, right? And they want to do this especially in Southeast Asia, right? Yes, they engage in Latin America, they engage in Africa, they're becoming more engaged in the Middle East, in South Asia, right? But in Southeast Asia, I think what Beijing wants is to have more political influence than the United States, and they're doing quite well at it, because the fact on the ground shows that their political influence and of course economic relevance has grown very, very significantly, and to large degree their political influence is a function of their economic relevance, economic engagement. Right, and China has been, the narrative is different. The United States says, hey, you should be friends with us because we are the security guarantor in the region. We are a Pacific power. We are on the other side of Pacific, but we're still a Pacific power. So this is why we have credible claims to be, an actor in the region, a leading role in the region, and we embrace rules-based order. Right, and we are a champion of democracy, right? So this is the American narrative for the region, right? China says, United States is all that, but we're more reliable, right? And we are from the region. United States is not. We are physically an Asian power. United States is not physically an Asian power, right? And United States, they come in and they go. One day they're hot, another day they're cold, engaged and not so engaged the next day, and so on. They're not dependable, the Chinese say, right? We are the reliable one, right? And yes, we are competing with the United States, but with you, we're not competing. With you, whatever you want, we give, right? We are your good brother, and so on and so on, right? So these two narratives, of course, expressed in very fancy diplomatic language and jargons, are basically the two different narratives that the US and China present to the region, right? I really don't think this is about ideology. I know President Biden says, yeah, it's all about our values, universal values, freedom, blah, 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 you know, democracy and so on. But, you know, I talk to my American friends and I say, hey, aren't you, isn't there a lot of inconsistencies and double standards in how you talk about promoting values of democracy and freedom? I mean, look at your allies in the Middle East. You know, do you pressure them on those issues and so on? You know, and you know they admit, yeah, yes, there is a lot of double standards and inconsistencies in the U.S. foreign policy on values and democracies, right? So on China's part also, China, contrary to the view of some, has no interest to export communism to other countries, right? Including to Southeast Asia, right? Because why, you know, I've been to, in my discussions with China's officials, privately, you know, of course not openly, privately they say they learned a lesson from 1965, you know, when China was seen as interfering in domestic affairs of Indonesia and with the relationship with the Communist Party and so on, you know, and after that things went wrong, and then diplomatic relations were frozen for so many years, right? So China realized, look, you know, it's a non-starter for us to export our ideology or even to be seen of exporting our ideology, because the moment that's done, our influence is gone, right? And all countries, including Indonesia, will have their guards against us and start fighting us instead of befriending us. So China is, you know, they want to show that the government works, they can tackle COVID, they can tackle poverty, and globalization, infrastructure, and all this. But, you know, it's not about exporting communism, right? So please be careful about this ideological side of US-China confrontation, because I'm quite skeptical about it, right? But what I do see is there is definitely a one-upmanship between Beijing and Washington, D.C. What does that mean? Both want to be number one. Yeah, United States want to be number one and want to retain that thing. Beijing also wants to be number one, and both see the other as the main competition for that. So Washington sees China as the main competition for itself to be continuously number one, and Beijing also sees the United States, not Japan, not Europe, not Russia, as the main stumbling block to be number one. But one caveat, and I found this quite interesting, this is based on my discussions with Chinese officials. You know, we have the China policy group that every year we go to China, right? But we found that China does not have the ambition to be a global leader at the moment, right? You know, they like seeing the United States assuming that role and being overburdened by that role to the extent that it leaves a lot of opportunities and doors open for China to come in, right? Including economic engagement in Southeast Asia, where China is beating the United States by far on many fronts, right? So, China does not aspire for global leadership except for selective issues, right? On COVID-19, they want to be seen as doing more than the United States and assuming some kind of role on global leadership. On climate change, their position has changed also, right? During the Trump administration, they were playing more global role than the US, and this was during Trump administration, and on other things, right? But they seem to be thinking, hey, we got our time, you know, let's take our time incrementally. And when we do exercise some kind of global leadership role, let's do it on an a la carte, on piecemeal basis, you know, and you know, United States may want to keep that role, and you know, let them be overburdened, and where we have to challenge them, we do, yeah. So that's another point on U.S.-China relationship, and what I feel a bit worrying is that both Beijing and both Americans and Chinese are perhaps developing a kind of nationalism that is related to the other side, right? So, you know, Chinese nationalism gets stronger when it feels that it is fighting the United States or defending itself against the United States, or being loud on the United States. And China and the United States similarly, a good way to demonstrate U.S. nationalism, U.S. vitalism, is by saying things about China, and by framing China as the threat to that, right? So I don't like this situation, because whenever nationalism is portrayed as being something against another country, like Indonesian nationalism used to be portrayed as to be something against Singapore or against Malaysia during Konfrontasi, remember, in 1965, and that was very bad. And things changed after we changed that attitude, and then ASEAN happened, and so on, right? Now, another point I want to mention is this. Look, at the risk of sounding, okay, I'm getting signs to end my talk, but at the risk of sounding contradictory, I do want to say that in a realistic way, US-China competition can be good for Southeast Asia, right? Again, US-China competition can be good for Southeast Asia. What do I mean by that? What I mean is, hey, I would love it if the US and China competes on who would buy Indonesian products more. If they would compete on who would get and attract more Indonesian students, on who would do more investment in Indonesia relative to the other, right? On who would provide us with green energy, right? And who would send more tourists to Indonesia, American or Chinese? Obviously, Chinese are winning. The Americans cannot catch up with 2 million or 3 million Chinese tourists to Indonesia and so on. But it's a good competition. I love it, because what? They may compete till they dry, but the beneficiary are Indonesians, right? And I would love it more if everybody benefits. It's not a zero-sum game, right? But by saying that competition between US and China can be good, if framed in those terms, right? Who invests more, who trades more, who sends more tourists, who attracts more students, gives more knowledge, and so on. It does get bad. It becomes a zero-sum strategic rivalry, which will create a polarization, right? Which would create more strategic tension between the two, which force the countries in the region, including Indonesia, to choose sides, which we don't want, and which complicates already existing disputes, and which would reduce strategic trust. That's the kind of competition that we want to avoid. But I'll stop there, and I would love to listen more to Pak John Blackstone and also Pak Siswo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Pak Dino Bajalo for your interesting presentation. And now we are going to give this follow to Pak John Blackstone, and here we are going to talk about how Australia view this U.S.-China rivalry. Pak Dino said about it become opportunity, it become threat, and so I want to know what's the Australian thing, because as one of the major partner of the US in the region. And so without further ado, let me give the floor to Pak John Blackstone. The floor is yours.
Terima kasih, Pak Johannes. It's a great pleasure and a privilege for me to join such an august grouping of scholars. Leonard, lovely to see you. Pak Dino, Anne-Marie, lovely to see you too. It's really wonderful. I'm delighted to be with you. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen and hold on to your seats, because we're going to race through lots of pictures, and I'll talk you through them. I'm a simple guy. I need pictures and maps. And I particularly like this map, because you see, it's like this one. It's spun 45 degrees to give you a sense of Australia hanging off Southeast Asia. And it also gives you a sense of what Jokowi called the maritime fulcrum. He was talking about Indonesia. But you can see in that the sense of the Indo-Pacific and the maritime fulcrum space that we share. That is the space that Australia and Indonesia, as well as Malaysia and Singapore and New Guinea and Timor occupy. I undertook a study, a geostrategic SWOT analysis for Australia a little while ago. And in that, I came up with this, the distillation of that was this idea of 3 overlapping domains: great power contestation, looming environmental catastrophe, and a spectrum of governance challenges: terrorism, people smuggling, transnational crime, breakdown in law and order, those kinds of issues. So that's just a background. My thinking is informed by my own scholarship. And as you can see, I like to write. So there's a few books there, and particularly the last couple of ones up here on the Korean War, on Australia's involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq. And this one just came out yesterday, very thrilled. Got my own copy of it, just received, where is it? US-Thai Alliance and Asian International Relations with my colleague Greg Raymond. Very exciting culmination to a project on the Minerva Research Initiative funding. Anyway, that's all kind of background noise to the formulation of what I'm going to talk about. And it springs in part from what Alan Gingell, former head of the Lowy Institute, described as a fear of abandonment about Australia in the world since 1942. He talked about us being fear of abandonment by Britain and later the United States as having driven Australia's acts in the world. The Malayan Emergency, the Vietnam War, Whitlam going to China in 1972, and our response more recently, of course, to the South China Sea dispute. As I mentioned, I've undertaken a SWOT analysis. And now SWOT is the business concept of looking at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I've done that for the nation, for Australia. And from that, I've got some observations. You can download that for free. The Center of Gravity paper, a geostrategic SWOT analysis for Australia. I commend it to you. But there's a few points I want to make here. One is that the United States has an enduring presence in the Pacific. It's not going anywhere, right? It's got a stake in the Indo-Pacific. And it is this book, Australia's American Alliance, to which I contributed a chapter, speaks to the breadth and the depth of the ties between Australia and the United States that are really quite profound. Most people have no idea just how broad and how deep those ties actually are. And that is a very important factor when you think about Australia's view on this equation and on this challenge. Okay. One of the things we did in this study on the US-Thai Alliance was we did a survey of 1,800 respondents in Thailand and looked at how they viewed the great powers. And this graph shows you the response to 12 questions by 1,800 people. And you can see the perceptions of influence of China and the United States over a century and a half, right? And you can see American influence hasn't gone away, but it's been eclipsed. It's been eclipsed, ladies and gentlemen. And that's a very significant point in terms of what we're talking about today. How did we get to be in this situation? One of the things that's reinforced that eclipse is this idea of the US ideational leadership recovery being in doubt. Leonard spoke to this in part, and he talked about America coming back under Joe Biden, and yet there are some worrying trends here, worrying concerns about the shambolic response to the pandemic, about deep domestic political divisions, about enduring civil strife, about the damaged US brand, and the risk of a reversion in 4 years, another Trump. Then there's the limited prospects of economic recovery, and we're seeing the European Union hedging a little bit. And of course, the United States, who was instrumental in launching the whole idea of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP, has not bought in on the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or the CPTPP, the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. Now, Richard Haass, Council Foreign Relations, he's described the shape of Biden's foreign policy as rebuilding at home, working with allies, embracing diplomacy, participating in international institutions, and advocating for democracy. Mind you, I notice it's been quite careful about how it's done so, even over the news with the visit to Cambodia in the last couple of days. They've been pushing for democracy, but not with the megaphone of the past, which is, I think, a good thing. And of course, for Australia, our relationship with China, which I mentioned goes back to Gough Whitlam in 1972, when he went to visit Chairman Mao in Beijing. China has seen its century of humiliation recovered by a century of recovery and domination, if you like. Certainly trade-wise, Australia has become very trade-dependent on China. We have a China-Australia Free Trade Agreement, although it's hardly a very free trade agreement at the moment because of the trade sanctions, but it is a significant one nonetheless. And that shaped a lot of the thinking in Canberra and in Australia about how to respond. Of course, in the last few years, we've seen Chairman Xi emerging with many of the kind of attributes that we used to think of as being the attributes of Chairman Mao. And particularly of worrisome is the wolf warrior diplomacy, the exercise of sharp power, and people in the local media in Australia talk about Australia being singled out for trade sanctions. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, many other countries have also been the recipients of China's sharp power. Republic of Korea, Japan, Canada, Norway, anybody who dares to cross China is subject to their sharp power. And that's their prerogative, I guess. But what we're seeing is a modernization of the People's Liberation Army, the Chinese military, in a way that is breathtaking and scary, in cyber, in space, in nuclear, in hypersonics, in stealth, with autonomy and with jointery, more bringing Army, Navy, Air Force, space and cyber together like never before, and operating in what people are describing as the gray zone. In other words, short of the threshold that you would call warlike. In the meantime, the rhetoric is about a fully developed nation by 2049, presumably including Taiwan. Now, in the meantime, we've seen foreign interference on the rise, and it's not just from China. The Russians are pretty good at it as well, as are some other countries. And we've seen, of course, the rise in cyber attacks. My own university, the Australian National University, Parliament House, which for me is just a few kilometres away, have been subject to massive Chinese-sourced cyber attacks. This is deeply unsettling. This is that grey zone operations, that is about intimidation, short of war, but warlike. Now, this cyberspace, what the blazes are we talking about? Of course, we're talking about a cognitive space that is both physical and virtual, and it is multi-layered. It is on the surface, it's deep, and it's dark, and it's virtual, and it's so many dimensions to it. It's hard for us to, particularly us old analog guys, 20th century guys who used to rely on, transistor radios. That was the novelty when I was a kid. Now it's much more complex, much more sophisticated. But the world is much more interconnected, and in the cyber domain, things that happen on one side of the planet can affect what happens on the other, particularly because we are so connected. And this is one of the most worrying things, the connections we have around the world, just how vulnerable. And if you look at that map, you see Australia has only a couple of links out through Indonesia and through the Philippines, and then out through Samoa and off to Hawaii. Quite a number of vulnerabilities there. So let's talk about this spectrum of challenges. Now, there's conflict competition and war and coercion. And I think what we're finding is that there is this thing, cyber warfare or grey zone conflict, that's very much in that space. It's just on the edge of war. And this we're seeing in the maritime militias operating in the South China Sea, the cyber attacks in Australia. We've had the abattoirs have been disrupted by cyber attacks. It's a food supply issue in Australia. It's happened in the United States. It's been in the news over the last 2 days. These are things that are deeply worrying. Now, on top of that, there's the risk of what my colleague Brendan Taylor called the 4 flashpoints. And this is nothing to worry about, folks. What could possibly go wrong on the Korean Peninsula, the East China Sea, the South China Sea, or Taiwan? Well, I can think of quite a lot of things that can go wrong. And they're deeply worrying, and particularly in light of the shifting power dynamics and the assertive way in which China is exercising what it considers its prerogatives, both in the South China Sea with the 9-dash line, which affects Indonesia, with its overlap with the Natuna Sea exclusive economic zone, and elsewhere off Taiwan, the Senkaku or Diaoyu Islands, and of course elsewhere. Now, Linda Jacobson, who's a leading thinker in Canberra, in Australia, has asked this question: what does China want? And she makes the point outright war over Taiwan is unlikely, but China is likely to use all means short of war to get what it wants, with Chinese pressure campaign to force unification negotiations with no individual action by the Chinese warranting a military response, which gets us back to that thing. It's not in the red zone. It's deliberately avoiding the red zone. So that's a mix of tactics: of intimidation, disinformation, cyber attacks. And this is the classic problem. The United States has a great big hammer and China refuses to present the nail. It's quite a challenge. So I wrote this piece recently arguing that China does not want war, at least not yet, and it's playing the long game. It's playing the long game for good reasons. It's actually more vulnerable than it would like to let on. Despite the wolf warrior diplomacy and the exercise of sharp power sanctions, it actually has a series of significant vulnerabilities, of which I know you are all across. I don't need to bore you with the details. Interestingly, Kishore Mahbubani, he's not a rogue diplomat, but he's certainly a challenging idea, challenging contested views, and arguing things that the Singaporean government probably wouldn't want to officially declare, but he's a very convenient foil for making some controversial remarks. I'm seeing Leonard smiling here in the background. He's made the point that while America became arrogant and distracted, a 3,000-year-old civilization is well on the way to becoming the #1 power in the world. Economics is where the big game is playing, and I think he's right. And while the US is staying out of TPP and India is staying out of RCEP, a massive economic ecosystem centered on China is evolving. And that's what he's getting at in his book, Has China Won?, which is a very interesting thesis. My former Prime Minister, who I had dinner with just recently, Kevin Rudd, made this point about strategic competition, managed strategic competition. He's put this proposal up, which is quite thought-provoking, suggesting both sides abstain from cyber attacks, the US return to the One China policy, China dials back its provocations and respect for the freedom of navigation operations, then the US and its allies scale back their efforts, arguing that global competition and winning hearts and minds can continue, but collaboration opportunities should be explored, particularly on critical issues like climate change, on North Korea, on the pandemic, responding to COVID-19, let alone what we're going to call the next one, COVID-21. I don't know. As well as responding to demands for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Most of these have significant implications for Australia and Indonesia. Now, my colleague here at the Strategic and Defence Studies Centre, Hugh White, he's been arguing that Australia should distance itself from America. He argues the US can't win and must make room for China. The USA won't win and won't stay, so we should act accordingly. But is he being too binary? And is he being too pessimistic? That's my sense of things. And what are the alliance sunk costs? We're enormously invested in our ties with them, with the United States, and other options that are available. And what we're seeing is Hugh's views are, in many respects, being challenged quite broadly in many circles in Australia. And part of that is because of America's enduring economic power. While they haven't gone into the TPP, they have enduring geostrategic dynamics that position them well for the future. But the focus on bolstering military power and alliances is not enough. They need to focus more on economic dynamism and trade partnership. And here, I think Joe Biden's emphasis on domestic revitalization and investment in infrastructure to build up the wellspring of American economic power makes enormous sense. Now, when it comes to Australia, we've been sanctioned to considerable economic pressure from China. And we've received sanctions over beef, barley, coal, wine, and so on. But let's face it, folks, the global market dynamic equilibrium mitigates the effects of those sanctions. Australia is actually now trading more with China than it was before the sanctions began. And almost all of the markets that have received sanctions have found other markets. Because after all, if we don't sell the barley, will they buy it from Argentina or somewhere else? And if Argentina sells their barley to China instead, then the market Argentina was going to sell to becomes available for Australia to sell to. It's the dynamic global market economics. Now, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to recognize that that's at work. But there is an interesting point here. There is an inflection point in the China-Australia relationship here, which is akin, I would think, to the break in relations with Britain in 1973, when Britain joined the European Union, or its precursor, the European Economic Community. At that point, it looked like the sky was falling. Chicken Little, eat your heart out, because our trade ties with Britain were being cut. New Zealand suffered way more than Australia on this front, by the way. But as it turned out, we did okay. We've actually prospered because we found other markets, and the dynamic equilibrium just shifted, and Britain became less consequential for us, and we found other ways to prosper and succeed. Now, what we're seeing in this space is that we have a range of free trade arrangement related opportunities that remain largely unexplored. And that's in part because it has for a long time been so easy to just go to China. Go to, get one handler, one interpreter, and you go around the various cities and you do stitch up a few trade deals, sign a few agreements, and go home. Job done. Thank you very much. Of course, that's no longer the case. It's now much more challenging to exploit opportunities with Japan, with the RCEP, with the ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand Free Trade Agreement, the Korean Free Trade Agreement, the Thai Free Trade Agreement, the Singaporean one, the US, Australia. There's ones in negotiation with the UK, with the EU, and with India. And of course, we have IACEPA, the Indonesian Australian Economic Comprehensive Partnership Agreement. This is, I think, a very significant inflection point for the bilateral relationship between Australia and Indonesia. While we are seeing the buffeting of the great powers, we have a space we share where we can do more together, and I think we should. And part of this is a reflection of what I call our 2017 Foreign Policy White Paper, the Foreign Policy Plan B. Why Plan B? Because initially it was just about trade with China and security with the United States. We're finding neither of them are as certain as they seemed to be 10 years ago. So now we're seeing that a reflection of the US transactional retreat from ideational leadership. And the Foreign Policy White Paper stresses the Indo-Pacific, which makes sense because of the space we share. That is the Indo-Pacific, after all. It stresses we welcome additional US engagement, if it's going to be there. We particularly like the Quad. It makes as much, and we can make as much of it as we can, but I think we need to have modest expectations on what it will deliver for us. Previous Prime Minister established the ASEAN-Australia Prime Ministerial Summit in an effort to deepen ties across ASEAN and Australia. And then we have the Pacific Step Up, which I think is about bolstering regional economic and trade ties, and that's a very positive thing. So in addition, in 2020, just last year, we had the Defence Strategic Update, and it talked about shaping, deterring, and responding. And it talked about grey zone, as I just mentioned before, that cyber and space, about joint capabilities of long-range strike, and bringing in Australian industry into the equation more. But is this all enough? And I would contend that it's probably not enough, but it is a step in the right direction. Now, in Australia, there has been ongoing debate. Have we screwed things up? Is it our fault? And it's captured in a series of articles the week before last by a journalist, former journalist to China, a guy called Max Suich, who wrote this three articles over 3 days called China Confrontation, What Were We Thinking? It's a great title. And he talks about Australia's policy U-turn on China came after the intelligence community identified alarming Chinese designs on corrupting our political system. But were they, and that's true, I mean, that's, I think, without doubt, all sides of politics now recognize that alarming Chinese designs were in fact there. But were they the right responses? Now he spent over 3 articles. He's very critical of the government, and I'm not here to defend the government because I know they have been quite clumsy on a number of issues. But in the end, his concluding remark is very interesting. Yet, concluding remarks outside the rhetoric, in other words, the mishandling of the spoken word by our Trade Minister, Foreign Minister, and Prime Minister, it's hard to see how Australia should have managed it differently. Different rhetoric wouldn't have produced a different outcome. The chief obstacle is the aggressive attempt to expand Xi's authoritarianism into the Indo-Pacific. Now, this is the man who spends 3 whole articles talking about how Australia got badly out in front on China. And yet, he concludes that we really don't have that much of an option. So what to do? Well, I've talked about the importance of growing trade links with ASEAN. This 10-nation body, I think, despite its degree of dysfunction, is incredibly important to Australia. It's our 3rd largest trading partner. It is of incredible consequence. It's a proto-great power, I would contend. It doesn't have a central governing body like the EU, but it has a utility and a centrality that you guys need to preserve. And the issue of Myanmar emerges as one we can talk about in the question and answer session afterwards. That worries me deeply. Until the pandemic, considerably deepening growing links to ASEAN on education, tourism, and migration. About 1 million visitors in 2019, over 100,000 students enrolled, and nearly 1 million people in Australia with Southeast Asian heritage. So our connections are stronger than ever. It's quite profound. Now, Indonesia, this is one where we haven't handled it as well as we could have. A very, country 10 times Australia's population, the 3rd largest democracy, the largest Muslim population in the world. We've been playing a game of snakes and ladders, the board game. You go up the ladder, 1 step at a time, then you make a mistake and down the snake you come. Now, we have unfortunately not been very clever in Australia. We're a bit, I say we're a bunch of clodhoppers. We bump into things and inadvertently make a lot of mistakes over beef, boats, spies, clemency, Papua, Timor, Jerusalem. You'll have to excuse us. We're a bit clumsy, but we're really, broadly speaking, quite well-meaning. And Australia's security is inextricably linked with Indonesia's. we are not your adversary. We're actually, hopefully, your partner. Now, in the meantime, and I had this piece in East Asia Forum a couple of weeks ago about bolstering the Quad. I think the Quad has considerable utility, but it needs to go beyond its military dimensions. It needs to include issues about economics and the environment. That's really where it needs to go, as well as cyber and maritime security cooperation. So I think there are some prospects there, and it's interesting. It will be interesting to see whether Indonesia sees itself having a role to play in that space as well. There are many other countries, particularly interesting. All these European and NATO countries are all starting to buy in on this space too. Even the Canadians who've tended to go to Bosnia and various other parts of the world, but who have actually a history and they have a Pacific coast, are buying in. France. Of course, France has territories in the Pacific, and Britain is part of the five-power defense arrangement. It's trying to, now that it's done Brexit, it's trying to build up ties and trade ties and other opportunities across the Indo-Pacific. Good luck to them. Interestingly, Germany's hugely, you guys know better than me, Germany's hugely invested in Indonesia and across Southeast Asia. It has a stake in the security and stability to enable prosperity in that space as well. But of course, we've faced a series of challenges: fires, floods, pandemics. The challenges are enormous. A friend of mine came up with this idea of the waves. Now, if what this picture is remotely true, says is remotely true, we need to worry. There's the crisis. He talked about the medical response, the economic, the political and social crisis, and potential for war and environmental disaster. Now, I hope he's wrong, but to be wrong, we need to be alert to the dangers and respond accordingly. And that includes about transnational organized crime, all sorts of groups that are operating. So it's not just about great power contestation. When we think about China and the United States, these issues are bubbling away in the background. We need to grapple with them too, and we need to bring these two great powers to buy in on finding solutions. Now, on the defense update, there is, and I just want to touch on this. I'm a military guy, it's my background, and I'm a historian, but the defense update of 2020, it really stresses geography. And there are some echoes of World War II, and I'll tell you why in a moment. And it talks about the underinvestment in regional security ties. We have dropped the ball, my humble apologies, in Australia on learning Bahasa Indonesia. It's terrible. I think after Bali, the Bali bombings, and our distraction in the niche wars, in our wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, we have not placed emphasis on learning Indonesian. And part of it, I think, is because Australians are, dare I say, we're barely monolingual. We barely speak English very well. I'm being a little bit flippant. But my sense is that when we think about, there was a very famous, and there's a picture in the bottom right-hand corner, the Defence of Australia White Paper of 1987. And it placed an emphasis on building infrastructure to the north of Australia, bare air bases, army presence in the north, moving a brigade, building up capabilities across the north of Australia. Now, the scenario, I'll let you in on a secret, folks. The scenario was based on a bit like Konfrontasi, when in the 1960s, under Sukarno, we had the confrontation between Indonesia and Malaysia. The idea is, in the absence of any other remotely credible threat, we invented this idea that you might strike south. Now, of course, it was never really all that feasible. But what it did was it justified us building capabilities. So it was an imaginary construct that enabled the creation of these bare bases, the retention of an army with capabilities, and an air force. Now, actually, it was never about you. It was always about us. It was justifying to ourselves keeping something, a boutique defense force. Now, what we find ourselves in now is a situation that's inverted. Now, Indonesia is more important to us than ever, not as a potential adversary, as a partner. And now I think we need to see, from an Australian point of view, Indonesia as a vital partner, not a confrontasi-like potential adversary, even though that was never realistic. It was never plausible, but it justified force structure decisions. Now, here's a few points. When you think about this for a moment, we've got a whole pile of these really flash joint strike fighters, right? F-35s, really cool, right? Except they don't get anywhere. They've got no range. You can't go anywhere. So here's these concentric circles of the range of the F-35s. So if we want to operate anywhere offshore, we actually need your permission. We've got to work with Indonesia. So what I'm suggesting is that, and here's another thought, in World War II, when the Japanese were coming south, what we did was we actually deployed into what was then Dutch East Indies, to Ambon, to Timor, to Java, to New Guinea, to Singapore, and we did it collaboratively with the Dutch forces then, but we were under-resourced and under-prepared, and it was not very well thought through. But conceptually, that's actually something I think Australia and Indonesia need to think about. We have shared security concerns, and we have technology, you have resources and capability, and we have a shared interest in the safety, security, and prosperity of the maritime fulcrum, the space we share. So if we think about that, we can't do this without you. We can't actually do anything to anybody without Indonesian cooperation. We actually need to work together. If we are going to have any kind of deterrent effect, if we want to have influence, if we want people to respect us and not threaten us and not push us around, collaboration, I think, is critical. But it's dependent on Indonesian welcome and on confidence building, on engagement, on building up language ties, and on a cultural focus in Australia. So there's a lot to do in Australia, but I think if you would please consider, there is scope for Indonesia and Australia to work collaboratively in that space in a way a bit like echoing, just faintly echoing the experience in World War II. Now, we need to bolster ties, I think, and that's, we mentioned the Quad, FPDO's out there, ASEAN's big. Manis is Bahasa for sweet, right? But it could also be a Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Singapore Regional Maritime Cooperation Forum. The link, the center of gravity paper is there, and it's in English and in Bahasa Indonesia. The paper is in both languages. Please consider, please have a look at that paper. I commend it to you. You can Google it and get Manis Time for a New Forum. John Blackstone, you'll find it. In the meantime, we're also looking to bolster ties with anybody else who'll talk to us. Anybody will be our friends. That's what the foreign policy plan B is all about. So ladies and gentlemen, whirlwind tour there of strategic issues about great power contestation, looming environmental catastrophe, and a spectrum of governance challenges that Indonesia and Australia have a lot to do together on. Thank you very much. Terima kasih, and I'll happily entertain questions in due course. Terima kasih, Pak Johannes.
Okay, thank you very much for your interesting discourse, Pak John Blackstone. And there are several things that I find it interesting. First is the fear of abandonment. I mean, we haven't really thought about it. I think it is kind of rarely discussed here in what we learned about Australia. But kind of the same. I mean, you kind of complain about like there are fewer people in Australia who knows anything about Indonesia. You know, the people who understand Bahasa. But same thing with Indonesia. I mean, very few people here are studying about Australia. And I mean, I don't think there's any center of Australian studies here in Indonesia, which is kind of surprising considering like we are one of your closest neighbor, which is kind of, so I guess the blame is like goes both ways here. And second is kind of interesting that you are mentioning Hugh White, because that book, I mean, this is based on what I know. That book is heavily read in the military, among people in the military that I know, Indonesian military basically, they keep saying that, oh, you know, Hugh White is writing an interesting book called Defending Australia, so maybe we should try to write one too about defending Indonesia. So it is interesting that you mentioned the Hugh White in your presentation. But anyway, I mean, we are still waiting for Pak Siswo Pramono. Apparently, he was asked by Ibu Retno, the foreign minister, to meet her. So I think the meeting is just went kind of late. He's kind of very late. So I guess we should just skip to the next session, a discussion session. And is there anybody? So I guess while we are waiting for anybody to ask question in the chat, on the chat, or maybe on Zoom, maybe I should be the first one asking you question first, I guess, as a moderator. Like, I mean, based on all your presentations today, which I find very interesting. So what do you think should be the Southeast Asian response to the growing rivalry of US-China, growing rivalry of US-China? I mean, Pak Leonard said about how the US kind of, how Biden is doing selective engagement. And do you think that's really, I mean, do you think that's, I mean, do you think it is, do you think Singapore will like it? And of course, for Professor Anne-Marie, earlier she talked about the growing concern about changes. So what do you think the U.S. policy to Southeast Asia should be? I guess those will be like the question. And okay. Well, there's somebody asking here question among the live audience here. So let's give you the opportunity first.
Okay. Okay. I want to ask about the ASEAN on the with relationship with ASEAN with the Chinese. Good morning. I'm Rama Darujati, and I'm part of a university student in Unjani. And I want to ask maybe to Miss Anne-Marie Murphy about the relationship between China and ASEAN. I think I believe that ASEAN at the current situation, ASEAN is in the middle between China and US competition. So but recently I see that US attention according to ASEAN has been decreasing. So I want to know, is ASEAN become important for the US itself for now, especially in the Biden in the Biden era? And do you think that I also interested with the idea from Mr. John about the US have to give the room for China to race. So what do you think about that? Do you think that US really should make a room for China, especially in the ASEAN itself? Thank you. I think that's it.
Okay. Okay. I will let Professor Anne-Marie to reply first. Then we are going to move to Pak Siswo. Pak Siswo, welcome to the webinar. And I'm sorry that we kind of skip you, but we'll let you talk after this question and answer.
Well, I will make my remark quick because I know everybody would like to hear Pak Siswo's presentation. The US has a keen interest in ASEAN and its success. ASEAN plays a critical role in building peace and stability in Southeast Asia. The US supports ASEAN's norms of non-interference, peace, and stability, all of the principles that are in the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, non-use of force, peaceful settlements of disputes. All of those things help promote a stable rules-based order. The question for the US then becomes, how do you engage ASEAN? And there are times when some administrations, like the Trump administration, adopt a more unilateral approach to every multinational organization. As Dr. Sebastian indicated, the Trump administration withdrew from the World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic, withdrew from climate change, talked about abandoning NATO. So the diminution of support for multilateral institutions in general and ASEAN in particular was fairly unique to the Trump administration. You see a much greater emphasis on multilateralism in general and a huge desire to engage ASEAN. Remember, Biden was vice president under Obama, and he supported the pivot. Biden's a foreign policy expert. He understands ASEAN's importance to the region. The critical obstacle at this point, as I noted in my presentation, is the Myanmar coup and how that pans out. It is inconceivable to me that you will have the US Secretary of State sit down at an ASEAN meeting with the head of the Myanmar junta, which raises the question, how does that play out? If the junta is still in power, do they skip the ASEAN meeting? Does the general get sick in order to save ASEAN and allow the rest of the dialogue partners to go through? Very unclear.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. By the way, before we are moving to Pak Siswo, well, I'm asked to, to ask this question first from Pak Theo, doctoral student from Indonesian Defense University, has a question to all the panelists. Which one is the ideal strategy to face US-China rivalry in South China Sea? Is it hedging or balancing? How ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific can be applied to US and China rivalry? I get he doesn't specify like to whom he is asking the question directly. So I will just open the floor, and whoever want to answer it, please.
I think that's got Leonard Sebastian's name all over it.
It's an appropriate question for a Southeast Asian voice.
Yeah, I couldn't run away from that, I suppose. Thanks, Anne-Marie, John. Nice to see both of you. Yeah, it's been a long time. Haven't seen Anne-Marie for years, but we actually have to thank Pak Dino, because the last time we met was under Pak Dino's auspices with the Presidential Friends of Indonesia program. So it's good to see you again, John. Always nice to see you. SDSC is a nice place in my heart. Spent some time there. So It's always good to see the work that you're doing. Always very good work coming out of SPSC. Okay, ASEAN. I mean, the issue with China is something that we have to deal with in a rational manner. I don't see how we are going to address this without taking into account the realities of what we will see going forward. I think a point I would like to make is that we are seeing changes quite significant, both in the United States as well as in this part of the world. The beauty about what we see happening in the United States is that we see an America ripe for change. We see that ordinary Americans sense that things are not right, and that change is needed. And I like the fact that President Biden is playing to that mode. And to a certain extent, if that is the case, then perhaps it's a good opportunity to look at this part of the world with a fresh new pair of lenses, and try to see how we can put in place something that is meaningful, that allows ASEAN, the US, and China, together with our partners like Australia, to build an order that is viable and stable. I think the first thing we need to realize is that there are ASEAN instruments on the table. There is the DOC, COC, which we hope will move ahead. I do believe that when we look at China, China does want a rules-based order. I don't take the view that China is against a rules-based international order. What they do oppose is an American or a Western imprint on that order. Do they desire an international order predicated on international law? I think they do. Cut through the rhetoric on both sides. What we do see is actually not problems on, not issues on fundamentals, but essentially two ideologies that are clashing. So we will see actually, if we cut through the rhetoric on both sides, we find that, it is a contest that now splits capitalism into two halves, between a liberal democratic order and authoritarian contenders. So this contest is not going to go away if we think in terms of how we see things playing out. So the next 10, 20 years will be very important. And of course, for us, the major concern now is Myanmar. And I'd like to address this issue, especially as Anne-Marie has made it an important one for us to look at. Now, I do most of my work on, quite a bit of my work on civil-military relations. Now, the fact of the matter is the army in Myanmar is hated. However, is the solution then to demobilize the army? Look at the situation in Libya and Iraq. What happened when they demobilized Saddam's Ba'ath army? You see, you have a situation where the expertise is still there, but it's now put at the service of fragmented groups. Myanmar, 150 ethnic groups, at least that's what I think I remember at the last count, many with armies. So it's a very unique place. And so the issue then is similar to what I remember in 1998 in Indonesia. So the army is the problem, but it is also part of the solution. So how can Myanmar achieve a solution like the solution we saw in Indonesia? So the worry for all of us here is, and we need the West engaged in this process. You see, the real worry is what will be lost after all these years of hard work to keep Myanmar together. I mean, what will happen? Could we see possible disintegration of Myanmar? That is a possibility. You know? I mean, at the end of the day, we look at where the equilibrium should be reached. And if you look at Southeast Asia, there are all kinds of different equilibriums that have been achieved in different countries of the region. So it's not a question of whether you have democracy or you don't have democracy. I think that is important in terms of transitioning to stable systems that people feel are legitimate. But there are also balances that have to be reached in terms of equilibriums within countries. I mean, if you think about it, in Indonesia, the military in Indonesia and the civilian authority, a balance has been achieved there. Some people don't like the balance, but I think the balance works for Indonesia. Now the question will be what kind of balance will return to the situation in Myanmar. So now I don't believe ASEAN will just not be, sorry, I don't mean that ASEAN is going to sort of take an interested observer's position. ASEAN will be very involved in the process, primarily because Myanmar knows that ASEAN is the only way for it in terms of engagement. So it is very important then for ASEAN in its inner councils to hold Myanmar to task. Now the military said 1 year. So we hold the military to that. Well, what's your plan, to disengage? So we don't anticipate that they will be there permanently. So what we want to see from them is, well, in 1 year, what will happen? What is your what are your timelines, in terms of exiting from the political stage? Now, how will ASEAN do this? ASEAN doesn't operate on the basis of voting. So what will happen is ASEAN will basically see how the process unfolds. It has appointed an envoy, and it will take stock of what will happen as the process unfolds. But we need to keep the channels open with Myanmar. We can't abandon them, in this context. We need to see some level of normalcy exist and come back. And this would be, and we would need the support of China, India, Japan, especially in this context. I mean, so the situation, as far as I can see in Myanmar, from an ASEAN perspective, is abhorrent. That we have that the situation has returned to this sort of state. Now, we need in this context, in the final analysis, some form of a power balance and a compromise that will come out of it. Of course, what does this mean then for the US in the context of participating in ASEAN activities? That's a good point, and Marie makes in that regard. But I don't believe ASEAN can just abandon Myanmar at this particular time. So we need to figure out how we can how there can be some form of accountability within the close quarters of ASEAN. And in that context, I'm confident that while ASEAN will not condemn Myanmar, ASEAN will have its own way of calling Myanmar to account in its inner councils, you know. And I'm happy that the general, the commanding general has said 1 year. You know, so we will take them at that. You know, we will hold them to that requirement of coming up with a proper solution to this mess that we have created. Okay, I'm sure Anne-Marie and John have some useful points to add to that as well. Pak Siswo is a old ASEAN hand. He knows the situation inside out, as does Pak Dino. I'm sure they can add also some very interesting insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer, Pak Leonard. I think we also, we can, it is a good time also to transition to Pak Siswo, and my apology for keeping you wait, and please, and well, I give you the floor basically, and sorry for all the wait.
Thank you. The floor is for me now. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just come back from the hospital, the clinics of the Foreign Ministry, because I got my PCR done today, the routine one, because tomorrow I will be accompanying my minister to the parliament for a special session, and everyone got to have the PCR test for the security. Okay, so I just would like to start with my presentation as requested by the committee. So our discussion today is about US-China rivalry, the view from the region. I would like to underline some issues like the pandemics and the associated recessions, ASEAN century, the rise of Asia, the US and EU rivalries toward China, and conclusion. So let me start with the pandemics and the associated recession. The world has been in the deep crisis of COVID-19 and economic recession for 1 year. I consulted from time to time the pandemic pattern from the COVID-19 epidemiological update from WHO. We remember the first wave devastated Europe and America, in particular the US last year, with about 80,000 deaths daily. From October to December 2020, and it was a bit long plateau. Then the wave subsided. The second wave again devastated Europe, the Americas, South America this time, and also South Asia, particularly India, with more than 90,000 deaths daily. But the plateau was shorter than the previous one, and now the wave showed early sign of subsiding. In terms of the cumulative cases, the Americas is in the top with about 64 million cases, or 40% of the world cases, and Europe is still with 53 million, or 35% of the world cases. So the point is, the two traditional global economic powerhouse, the US and EU, are heavily affected by the pandemic. And the impact will likely be long-term and consequential. Now, the global recession followed this pattern of the pandemic. So I'm using the data from Oxford Economics because we are researchers here in the Foreign Ministry. We can observe the fluctuation of the GDP real annual growth. Europe was in the deep recession from -7% toward the end of 2020. It is expected to recover to about 4% in 2021 and 2022, like steady. And the US was from -4% toward the end of 2020, then expected to recover to 7% perhaps in 2021, and slightly down to 5% in 2020. But China has never been in a recession, so to speak. She grew still more than 2% in the heyday of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, then is expected to grow about 10% or more. in 2021 and slowed down a bit to 6 to 7% in 2022. India was the one that was most affected by the pandemics, resulted in the very deep recession last year, -7%. And despite of the second wave, it is expected to make a big jump, actually, about 11%, 12% in 2021, and continue about 9% in 2022. Now, Indonesia and ASEAN 6 was contracted before -2% last year, but interestingly, it is expected to recover to 5% in 2021 and perhaps further grow to 7% in 2022 when 2 years from now. Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand have the similar pattern of growth. So my point is that even though Asia has to take all precaution against the possible second wave, we are afraid of that, of course, the situation, and particularly in East Asia, is nevertheless more manageable than in Europe or the Americas. China and India are expected to register the highest growth of recovery, despite of the second wave in India, in the world, while Indonesia and ASEAN 6 will not only be well recovered, hopefully, but also registered continuously increasing growth from 5 to 7% years to come. It is important to note that Australia and New Zealand, the most advanced economies in the region, have the minimum numbers of COVID-19 cases. Japan and South Korea too have been relatively doing well. All this fact made up the stronger foundation of the ASEAN century. So I come to the discussion of the ASEAN century. ASEAN century is not a myth, it is real. And the core region of the ASEAN century is actually East Asia and Oceania, Australia and New Zealand. Or those parties to the recently signed Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. That is ASEAN plus China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. RCEP, with a combined GDP purchasing power parity of $50 trillion, formed the largest trade bloc in the world. Asia means business. Total trade between AU and Asia is now about $1.9 trillion. The total trade between AU and Asia. The total trade between North America and Asia is about 1.8 trillion, while the total trade between AU and North America is about 1 trillion only. So half the size of the total trade between, let's say, America and Asia, or AU and Asia. So Asia is now the center of the trading interests of North America and AU and the interest of the world. ASEAN, with all of her limitation, has managed to develop a robust regional architecture. We discussed this morning, I think. ASEAN Plus 1, ASEAN Plus 3, ASEAN Summit, ADMM Plus, ASEAN Regional Forums. It also upholds principles such as ZOFAN, especially when you ask ASEAN, like, what are you going to do with the rivalry? This is ZOFAN, neutrality, and TEC, cooperation, and ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, that means inclusiveness. It managed to develop convening powers and habit of dialogue. As such, ASEAN managed to prevent major interstate wars in the region in the last 50 years. The war exception in the last 50 years. And this political and security stability forms a very big modality for economic development of Southeast Asia as the fulcrums of the Indo-Pacific. The impact is twofold. Number one, as the data from UNCTAD and others clearly show that in the last decade, the last 10 years, Human Development Index in all ASEAN countries, without any exception, have been improving tremendously. Number two, in terms of Fragile State Index, I used the index from Fund for Peace, based in Washington. There's a very clear sign that regional resilience, as far as the national resilience is concerned, 8 out of 10 ASEAN countries has been improving very well, except the case of Cambodia and Myanmar. Thus, again, so my point is, with such a robust regional architecture, of which all ASEAN member states are committed to promote ASEAN unity and centrality and autonomy, and the fact it is sustained by the data that the Human Development Index and regional resilience has been improving, ASEAN would play a strategic role in the making of the ASEAN century. Through ASEAN, Indonesia is committed for an ASEAN century that is open to the world, rule-based, anchored in international law, with possible inclusive reform, because we need a reform in the global order. And number 3, part of multipolar geopolitics and geoeconomics. It can be North America, AU, UK, and Asia, and Africa. Africa will be a polar of itself with the African Continental FTA. And last but not least, founded on multilateralism. So I think it's both our idea about the ASEAN century. This is also the way the region responded, I think, to the US-China rivalry or China-AU rivalry, and anticipated the future hegemonic rivalry and power projection in the region. So now on the rivalry, US and AU rivalries toward China, as far as the world paradigm is still dominated by the power of power politics, and thus the drive toward hegemony, the world will not be able to escape from major power rivalry. And this is the pattern of the global politics today and in the future. And we need to accept this and anticipate this. It should not be the priority of ASEAN. It has been, I think someone raised the question, or Indonesia, to spend their somewhat limited resources to run a good offices or mediation to ease the US-China rivalry. This is beyond our power to do so. ASEAN will not be in that position, although it might be ideal to do so if the situation permits. Yeah. But it is in ASEAN interest, in Indonesia's best interest, to develop an enabling environment in which cooperation with all developed economies, our developed partner, can be optimized despite the US-China rivalry. This looks very much pragmatical, but I think this is what we have been doing. Yes, you can have rivalries, but we need to proceed with our economic development and so on. Economic integration among developing countries, such as ASEAN, will increase regional trade. And this is our experiment and experience for the last 10 years or so. The experience of ASEAN FTA, however, told us while it increases regional trade, the FTA nevertheless failed to attract more inbound investment into ASEAN. So the total trade is increased, but not the FDI. As such, an ASEAN scheme that promote cooperation with advanced economies such as United States or China or Russia and all the dialogue partners to attract FDI and transfer of technology is necessary. This is why ASEAN will never be interested in taking sides in the US-China rivalry or AU-China rivalry, which is developing now, because partnership with these two dialogue partners as well as with all dialogue partners is strategically important, again, for direct investment, technology, and so on. This is the very nature of ASEAN as developing countries. As China-US relations are deteriorating, so is China-AU relationship. The cancellation of the recently signed AU-China Comprehensive Investment Agreement is a testimony of such difficult relation. The difficulty faced by China, bad relation with the US, bad relation with the AU, associated with the increasing pressure imposed by the US and EU, has pushed China to engage more with ASEAN partners, among others, through the existing ASEAN-China FTA and newly established RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. As I previously mentioned, pattern of the pandemic and its recovery has influenced regional trade. And this is particularly true for East Asia, when regional economy is becoming more and more integrated. So when industry in Wuhan, for instance, and Hubei province were closed down in the beginning of 2020, it's about, I think, 4 months or 5 months, exportation of automotive and spare parts from Indonesia, for instance, to regional market, East Asia, has been increasing. In the last 20 years, East Asian economy plus India has developed into an interrelated production basis and work as part of global value chains. As production in India today was affected by the pandemic, in particular due to the second wave, An observation in the trade map, we just observed this morning, to check it again, provide a strong indication that Indonesia can substitute this disrupted supply from India. This is particularly true for about 40 group of commodity registered in a harmonized system 4 digits. Yeah, so you have a harmonized system for 2 digits, 4 digits, 6 digits in the trade map, such as printing machineries, automatic data processing, electric machines, and some chemical product and so on. The trend show as the export by India decline, export by Indonesia increase on the same commodities. So this will be true for China as well. According to the data provided by OECD, RCEP market represent only 25% actually of China export to the world, and only 20% of China's import from the world. China's main partner in RCEP are Japan, South Korea, and Australia. Disruption of China trade with the US because of trade war, for instance, and with EU will only increase China trade with the RCEP countries. I think this is what will happen and is happening. So my points again is this: rivalry by the US and EU toward China will have strategic impact on the global economy. It tastes bad for everyone. However, the increasing regional integration that create an ASEAN economic powerhouse to some extent can absorb, albeit limited, the shock of the rivalry. So in conclusion, the US and China rivalry or EU-China rivalries is partly due to, in my view, the question rooted in the matters related to ideology and identity politics, and also partly due to the myopic interpretation that the rise of Asia or ASEAN century means only the rise of China. The simplistic perspective of status quo versus revisionist lead to the containment of China. Now, this is wrong. The ASEAN century means the ASEAN century, and RCEP, in the region of RCEP, for instance, China economy is counted, or let's say 45% of the group economy, yes, but the rest, 55% came from the fast-growing developing countries like Indonesia or ASEAN 6, for instance, and also advanced economic like Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and all these 7 economies together, including Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand, Australia, and others. We are democracy. We are part of the liberal system, and we should remember that the first generation of ASEAN tigers, they got into that stage because of the liberal system. And Indonesia got reform, and we reach now into 3.2 trillion US dollar GDP because of the liberal system as well and the reform. Yeah. So amid the rivalries, the world should see and act upon the rise of Asia as the opportunity to heal the world from the global recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. I think this is, I had to stop here, and perhaps we can continue with discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Pak Siswo for his. Okay. Thank you to Pak Siswo for your interesting presentation. Basically arguing that while China is big, but the rest of Asia is also big, so we shouldn't just look at so-called Asia century just like China, but also to think about how's the rest actually think how the rest operate. So without further ado, I guess we are going to open again the floor for the Q&A. And there is another question by Dino, a student in our program, asking Mr. John Braxland, how important Indonesia in strategy of Australia policy to make a balance between US and China rivalry in South China Sea?
So thank you very much, Pak Johannes, and thank you, Pak Siswo. Great to see you there. Nice to see you again. Great that you could join us. I'm sorry you missed my talk. I'd be interested in your thoughts on what I had to say, but for another time. Yeah, I'm actually with Pak Siswa on this one. I think we need to be careful about what we expect we can do. Having said that, I think there are things we can do, and one of the things we can do is just reinforce the need for calm, for measured, sensible policy responses, and for calling out inappropriate behavior. I think it's important to not be afraid to call it out. And that can be from anybody. You know, particularly you think about the disputes between Korea and Japan over the Dr. Takashima issue, or between China and Japan over the Senkaku Diaoyu Islands. We shouldn't be afraid to say, hey, we think you need to operate according to rules. I'm really happy to hear Leonard talk about the DOC, COC. I actually think we've all been thankfully not holding our breaths for that one, because we would have faded away a long time ago. I think it started in 2002, if I remember, right? That's 19 years we've been waiting for this COC, DOC to materialize. So I think, look, I think one of the things that came out of the Prime Minister's Summit of ASEAN Australia from 2 years back, nearly 3 years back now, was the utility of us actually conferring with each other and seeking to put across views that are about shared concerns. Because really, when you think about it, we're all in a very similar predicament. We all trade extensively with China. We're all on pretty good terms with the United States, with varying degrees of formality of the ties. I talked about the depth of ties with Australia, but even Indonesia has very strong ties with the United States, but not formal. And same with Singapore, but not quite formal like with Australia. So we all have a similar stake in stability, in peace, and in finding a way through the circumstance we face where we are not divided. And I think there is utility in ASEAN with Australia and partners actually looking to find ground where we can say, hey, we all don't think this is appropriate. And I think that can apply to Myanmar, and I think it can apply to the South China Sea, and I think it can apply particularly as we try and get past the negotiations on the COC and the DOC, and actually try and get, material, concrete, or dare I say, sand-made outcomes. Being a little bit facetious there. But yeah, so we need to be careful, but we do have agency. Yes, we're small players, but one of the things I love about ASEAN is that it has, as I say, it's a proto-great power. It has enormous potential agency if it chooses to exercise it. And Australia believes in ASEAN. We've repeatedly demonstrated that. And we look to work with ASEAN because Australia, like Indonesia, we're middle powers. We have limited agency on our own, but together we have considerable more agency. And that agency is about stability, security, and mutual prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer, Pak John. And now there is this long question from Emil Radiansyah from University of Paramadina. Welcome to our program. And this is basically a question to every single panelist. For Professor John Blaxland and Professor Leonard, from your analysis, how does the PRC, the People Republic Army's PLA, responses to the issues of China's surrounding environment, such as South China Sea, the Silk Road strategy that alarm India, strategy of Indo-Pacific, Indian Oceans, defense strategy. I guess he means like how China's military. And for Professor Anne Marie Murphy, How will U.S. strategy in facing China in Southeast Asia? And for Padino and Pasiswo, what does the strategy of diplomacy in bringing the rivalry between both U.S. and China into cool place of cooperation for Indonesia? For Indonesia, I think I need to check this.
Do you want me to talk first?
Okay, yeah, you can go first.
The later it gets, the worse my answer is going to be, since it's after midnight here. So,
sorry about that.
You know, in the South China Sea, the US has a couple of different options, right? One is the military option. The US knows that it cannot dislodge China from the islands it has militarized, right? A US naval admiral has said that China now controls the South China Sea in all scenarios short of war. So the question then is, what are the US goals, right? Number one, it is to try to delegitimize China's claims to the South China Sea, right? So it does that diplomatically through support for UNCLOS, the UN Law of the Sea, and it does that also by freedom of navigation exercises, right? Through which it sails through what it perceives and interprets as excessive claims under UNCLOS. So those are two different ways of supporting UNCLOS. And to get to this issue of US and ASEAN, all the Southeast Asia states support the UN Law of the Sea, right? So they welcome US diplomatic support. On the other hand, some also welcome the freedom of navigation exercises, Vietnam, Singapore in particular, while others oppose them because China views them as illegal and provocative. There is a risk of military escalation. There have been a number of times where Chinese and US ships and airplanes came fairly close. So there's much more contention over whether those help Southeast Asia by opposing China's claims, or whether the costs of antagonizing China when the freedom of navigation exercises have not appeared to deter China are worth it, given that that escalates the tensions between the two countries and can create more pressure on both sides. There's also an argument by many Southeast Asian states that, hey, the US, you're promoting freedom of navigation. That's your key goal. You want to fly, sail, and operate anywhere that international law allows. But that does nothing to protect the sovereign territorial interests of countries like Malaysia, Vietnam, the Philippines with disputed territory, or countries like Indonesia, which has a dispute with China over the exclusive right to exploit resources in EEZ. So there's also this divergence of interest. So I will stop there.
Thank you. I think do you want to go first, Pastor Blacksland or Pak Leonard? Who wants to go first? Okay, Pak Leonard.
Thank you, John. Okay, how do we look at these issues in the South China Sea and dealing with China? I think the most important thing to bear in mind is, as John mentioned, we work well together. Even though we are small countries, ASEAN is not without its agency. Now, how do I give you an example? Let's go back to the Cold War era and how we dealt with the Cambodian issue. I mean, it's very interesting to see ASEAN countries levering off each other's strengths in terms of how to get the Vietnamese out of Cambodia. Okay, so if we think in terms of the South China Sea, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities for different ASEAN countries to engage China in different ways in terms of trying to use advantages that they have to try to, you know, to move the agenda forward in ASEAN's favor. So it may not be necessary for there to be a singular ASEAN approach to dealing with China. I mean, each country, different countries have different levels of engagement and friendship with China in terms of closeness with China. And I think what can happen is, you know, if we build on each other's connections, strengths, capabilities, it's not difficult for China. It would be difficult for China to act unilaterally in this part of the world. Now, okay, if we go back to say the sort of things China is saying, right? Like say for example, at the two Davos meetings in January 2017 and January 2021, and then again in April 2021. I mean, what did President Xi Jinping articulate? Okay, he stressed the need to abandon ideological prejudice, jointly follow the path of peaceful coexistence, mutual benefit, and win-win cooperation. So that's what the Chinese want. You know, and in reality, Chinese do not want to dominate this part of the world. I can't see that. I can't see that happening. What I think we need to see happen is we need to see more diversity introduced into this part of the world. By that I mean, if we look at the Biden administration, one thing it is not doing is reaching out to the majority of emerging markets and developing economies. It's focusing more on seeking support from Western allies. That is fine, but I think, you know, reaching out to emerging markets, creating an economic dimension, right, in this part of the world, so that all the eggs are not in China's basket, I think would help quite significantly to diversify this region. The TPP was a good option, which was wasted, I thought, you know, but maybe we can think of something different. If that's done and dusted and to be put aside, then so be it. But I would much rather see us embed each other more into such frameworks. The Quad is an interesting initiative, but it as John mentioned, you know, it tends to have too much of a security cast to it, which was one of the criticisms of the Obama pivot as well, you know, when it first came into existence. So I think if we can sort of develop these structures, right, we could sort of bind China, if that is a good way of putting it, because I don't believe that the Southeast Asian states are completely weak, you know, in this context. We don't want to choose. That's for certain. We don't want to be made to choose, and we won't be made to choose. You know, because we can't look beyond realities. China's influence, its position in the international economy will mean that it will be pivotal. But we need not deal with China in a weak position. And I think, trust me, I'm a minority in a Chinese community here in Singapore. You know, you have to learn to understand their mindset. You have to understand how they think, what buttons to push. And I guess I've worked hard throughout my lifetime trying to understand the Chinese mind. You know, it's so it's not really rocket science. So in a sense, I think we need to go back to understanding culture. You know, I think a lot of what we have done in this globalized world is to see things in one-dimensional ways. But if we tap into our cultures, right, we can engage them quite effectively. You know, Indonesia has its own specific strategic culture. so do the Vietnamese. None of us want to be subjugated by a bigger power. It's not it's not part of our makeup to think like that. And we have good relations with a variety of external partners, which allows us to leverage on strength. So the founding fathers of ASEAN did a good job in terms of building these external linkages, which I think will constrain China over the long term. As it has also constrained the United States.
Can I add something, Pa Johannes? Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Pa Dino.
Yeah, I want to add also what I find interesting on the field is China has been very active and effective in public diplomacy, right? The United States has been lagging really far behind in terms of public diplomacy. In China, there is a program, it's a systematic effort and a large budget, right? I mean, for Indonesia alone, for example, they invite every year members of the Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah, I mean, delegations of it. With my organization, FPCI, they asked us to host a essay writing contest, and they get 50 students from Indonesia to China every year. They're all paid for them, right? And then they engage them with Chinese students, and together they travel to Bali and Jogja. I mean, these are the things that is unimaginable for the United States to spend money on, right? So I mean, if you see why China is getting more influence, among the politicians, among the NGOs, religious groups, the academia, really, the United States has to look at its deficiency in public diplomacy efforts, and I think it's one of the big gaps that they need to fill if they want to compete with China at the social level and political level, not just economically, of course. And on the South China Sea, I know Anne-Marie has commented on this, and Pa Leonard Sebastian. For Indonesia, we have three strategy. I mean, one is no negotiation on Natuna, right? That is very clear, and I don't think that will be changed. The logic is the moment you negotiate on the lines in Natuna water or North Natuna waters, that's when you recognize the existence of the Chinese 9-dash lines, which we don't recognize. So no negotiation is the first strategy. And the second strategy is obviously completing the COC, the Code of Conduct negotiations. But unfortunately, that has been delayed. It's not going to happen this year, as they had thought. It's probably going to happen next year or even longer. And the downside is while this negotiation is being delayed, the temptation is there to grab and reinforce the presence, right? From the Chinese standpoint, it's like this. They're not going to win by wavering UNCLOS, because UNCLOS and 9-dash lines are incompatible, right? The principle of drawing lines and 9-dash lines cannot be justified by UNCLOS in any way, right? So China cannot project its way on the basis of UNCLOS. And what they can do is make their presence a strategic reality on the ground, right? A de facto reality, by controlling more islands and militarizing them, right? So that's how they think, and it is unfortunate that this trend may be reinforced with the delay of the COC negotiations, which we expect to be binding, right? And the third strategy, and I know Indonesian officials would not admit this, right? But really supporting FONOPS, the FONOP operation done by the United States. Yes, officially we don't say that, and so on. but practically and pragmatically, this is the best way to reinforce the principle of freedom of navigation, which is so important for us in the South China Sea and also in the Indo-Pacific, right? So I think those are the three responses from the Indonesian government on the South China Sea.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dino. Pak Siswo and Pak John, do you have anything to add?
Yes. Thank you, Pak Johannes. Yeah, I just would like to add what has been altered by Mas Dino and also Pak Leonard Sebastian. Yes, there is three levels of policy in the South China Sea. That's right. That's correct. Yeah. The first one is on the U.S.-China rivalry in the South China Sea. Sometimes we call it as power projection because we see it from the shoe of Indonesia, developing countries. Yeah. So again, ASEAN already issued a statement, official statement, calling for ZOPA, Zone on Peace, Freedom, Neutrality. That means we stand in our neutrality, and we ask that China and United States, as both are also parties to TEC. That means they need to do things peacefully. But actually, we also encourage. We remember during Obama administration, Democrats, Hillary's at the time. It is already in the pipeline that America is going to be parties to UNCLOS. So I think it's very, very good. It's actually, this process will be continued by Biden anyway. At the time, Biden is the vice president of Obama. So why not to proceed a little bit more with this plan, which already in the pipeline, America parties to UNCLOS. Then it will clear up the problem FONOP and so on. This is level one. Level two is on the climate situation. Indonesia has no climate because climate related to the features, and we don't claim any features because Natuna is not a feature. Natuna belongs to us. This is quite, and there's no features around Natuna. So we have Indonesia in the position of no climate, but we are ready to have a role as an honest broker. Yeah. And the second track level, Pak Sebastian, perhaps you remember, we have together in CSIS and try to have more consolidation among the ASEAN claimants. For instance, what is actually your position, what you claim, so we can have a map. Yeah. So this is something that in the second track, Pak Dino will be very active on that too. 1.5 track that we can become an honest broker for the other claimants as well, to have more consolidated position among claimants in the South China Sea. We cooperate together with UNPAD, Pajajaran University, to have discussion on the hybrid islands, because we are afraid if there is something like hybrid islands and then hybrid archipelago, something, all the crazy development that at the end will be prejudicial to the freedom of navigation. This is the second level climate. On the third level, Pak Dino already mentioned on the Natuna. So the point is this: we only negotiate, we are ready to negotiate with everyone, including China, as far as the basis is UNCLOS. So that's why we negotiate with Vietnam, because the basis is UNCLOS, but we have different interpretation of UNCLOS. So we negotiate with Vietnam. We negotiate with Malaysia or the Philippines because all use UNCLOS, but different interpretation. So even though if China ready to use UNCLOS, then we can negotiate with China. But as far as China do not use UNCLOS or doesn't use UNCLOS, then we will refuse to negotiate. So and one note on how why UNCLOS is so important on the FONOP, for instance. From time to time, I have a debate with my American friends. Yeah, FONOPs. Yeah. If FONOP is on UNCLOS, yeah, everyone has the right to have freedom of navigation and the area called the commons. But what is the commons? What is the definition of America of the common? All is Strait of Malacca part of the commons, is the Strait of Ombar, and then all the sea land communication in the middle of archipelago part of the common, and we don't have a clear answer. But if we are on the basis of UNCLOS, then the answer will be very, very, very clear. That the Strait of Malacca will be the littoral state will be responsible, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. Not beyond that. Yeah. So I think this will be very, very encouraging if the American can continue the plan that already started during Obama administration to be parties to UNCLOS. one small note on Natuna. This is the dispute on the overlappings of Ninetales line and our exclusive economic zone, which was drawn under UNCLOS. Now, the point is this: Indonesia need to be present economically in our exclusive economic zone, but we can't do that because most of the vessels. I have a lot of projects in Natuna. The most island that I visit most is actually Natuna. Yeah, and I love to be there because it's very beautiful. So most of the vessel from the local fishermen is about 3 gross ton, 1 into 3 gross ton. But to sail 200 nautical mile in the high seas and exclusive economic zone, you need at least 50 gross ton. They don't have it. Yeah, so you can imagine if Chinese petrol boat is passing by our exclusive economic zone and they don't bring any fishermen, that's okay because they do the navigation. Yeah, they do that the freedom of navigation too. Yeah. Now, but the problem if they come with all the fishermen. Now, for Indonesia, we need to have our fishermen to be present not only in our exclusive economic zone, but all the way to the middle of the South China Sea and the high sea as well. Then it will be protected by our Coast Guard. This will be a very, what do you call it, even situation. You have your Coast Guard with your fishermen. We have the Coast Guard, our fishermen, and doing things the same, not only in our exclusive economic zone, but in the high seas in the middle of South China Sea as well. Now the problem is that we already negotiate with Japan, with the Australians, and so on. Is there any scheme that we can have 50 gross ton like investment, and then the local cooperative can manage the vessels, the cooperative of the fishermen, and then we can go all the way to our exclusive economic zone, all the way to South China Sea, protected by our Coast Guard. So actually, this will be a new form of not claim, but defending our sovereign rights by the presence of our economics elements in our exclusive economic zone, which so far is absent. So I think I had better stop here. Thank you, Pak Yohanes.
Pak Moderator, do you mind if I ask Pak Siswo questions that have tickled me, right? Is it possible, Pak Moderator? Yeah. Pak Siswo, 2 questions from me. Yeah? One, as far as you know, has there been any explicit conversation from ASEAN leaders when talking to the Quad, including the Americans, that the Indo-Pacific need to specifically include China, right? So that's one question, yeah? Second question, you know, President Biden is doing this democracy alliance, yeah? And even though Indonesia has not been prominently mentioned in Biden foreign policy documents, Indonesia is bound to be invited to join the Democracy Alliance. There's no 2 ways about it, right? The letter should be coming anytime. Will Indonesia join the Democracy Alliance that the Biden administration has announced? Yeah. So those 2 things. Yeah. I'm asking because I don't know, actually, not because I know.
Masino, I think on the first questions, to the best of my knowledge, there is no such thing as that the obligation, for instance, or encouragement for China to be part in the Indo-Pacific, because we have so many concepts of Indo-Pacific. For ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, yes, because China and America and others dialogue partner is the dialogue partners of ASEAN. We will be it will be very lovely if all the dialogue partners can be part in the cooperation of ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific. Now, but we understand the history that this is about seascape. It's not about landscape. Yeah. So all the big powers, it's actually continental powers. China is continental. India is continental power. Australia can be continental one. It's a very big island. Yeah. But the seascape concept, this very version, Indonesian version of seascape concept, is from the archipelago and from developing countries. This, I think, the ASEAN outlook in the Pacific is the only concept from developing countries and stem from the archipelagic countries, not the continental powers. So, but we encourage China, yes, and Russia as well, because they are very, actually, they're a bit cautious, yeah, that Indonesia or ASEAN Outlook Indo-Pacific is extension of American Indo-Pacific. At the same time, the American friends always very cautious, like, the ASEAN Outlook Indo-Pacific is extension of PRI. These two guys sometimes so crazy. I mean, they never accept the argument that this is our own. This is not part of PRI. It's not part of any version of Indo-Pacific. It's just a homegrown things. So on the Democracy Alliance, we have the story before on the Alliance of Multilateralism by Heiko Maas. And I still remember because I was in the meeting, Heiko and then Minister Retno, and we are discussing on the Alliance of Multilateralism. Yeah. Now, but somehow it's hardly get off the ground. In European side, the German try to push a lot, and then it's continued by the French. Yeah. From time to time, they have a meeting in the sideline of UN. Yeah. But this is about multilateralism, not about democracy. Now, on the D10 and the 1.5 track, we sometimes also attended. Yeah, the one in Seoul, I attend myself. Yeah, and Japan, we have the Democracy 10 or something. It's already there. Yeah, this forum. But for us, actually, you see that democracy in Asia has many differences. But mostly homegrown. So we have the India, like Hindus and democracy. The largest party is the BJP and Hindu parties, but they have democracy. They have homegrown democracy. And then Indonesia, the Muslim, the largest Muslim community in the world, perhaps, and also democracy. And then we have Japan, Shintoism, and then all Korea, Sinic democracy. It's like a belt from India, Indonesia, all the way up Japan and Korea. This is ASEAN homegrown democracy. Yes, there is an universal value of democracy on it, but actually this is not stemmed from the Habsburg Empire tradition, Christendom democracy, or Magna Carta, whatever. Yeah, this is different. So if you look at the John, if you look at the Australian position, for instance, that's why the region is very rich. We have Western democracy with ASEAN democracy and everything. Yeah, you can see the thermometer of Lowy Institute and how Australians see Indonesia and India. It's just the same level with China. Because our democracy as it is not really counted. But this is the fact. You have the Lowy Institute thermometer every year, measuring what people in Australia think about the neighbors. Yeah. So if they are talking about Indonesia, the number like 50 degree or 52 degree, India perhaps 53 degrees, China sometimes 50, sometimes above us, sometimes below us. But this is communist and we are democracy. But why we are on the same level? But when they talk about Canada, it goes up into 85, or UK 83, or United States. But why? What is the problem with our democracy? So yes, Pak Dino, I think we would like to support that. But start with Bali Democracy Forum. Why don't I ask my European friend? They have now the European Indo-Pacific. They have the AU Indo-Pacific, Germany Indo-Pacific, and then they all talk about democracy. But our democracy, we have the universal level, but we also have the homegrown level. Why don't we start from the Bali Democracy Forums? Then I think everyone feel comfortable with that. I think this is Pak Dino.
Okay, I think it's already very late in New York and has been here.
Sorry, Anne.
Well, I think I'm going to do one last question. I'm going to combine the next three. I think there's the one question for Anne-Marie asking that there's a China debt trap to Indonesia. I think you can answer it quickly. And also for everyone, I think I want to just combine these two questions, one from the STIN, from the Intelligence School, by Budi Setiono, and also from Pustin, Hendra. Like, what do you think this region will be like in 10 years? I mean, how about this rivalry between US and China? Will it like getting better or getting worse? Or, well, will there be a third world war going on pretty soon? I mean, in 10 years? What do you all think? I mean, but first, of course, let's answer it first because it's already so tired. So let's ask about the debt trap first, and you can also answer this question. Like, what will happen in 10 years?
I'm going to be happy to answer the debt trap question, and then I need to go to bed because it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So Indonesia has been very conservative with its BRI projects, right? And many of the countries that have gotten in trouble with debt trap diplomacy are countries that borrowed money at higher over-market interest rates, that couldn't have good technocratic, my brain's not working, good technocratic skills to assess A, the financing, and B, the project itself. Indonesia has good economic technocrats that have been fairly good, much better than other countries, right? In assuring that the level of debt is sustainable and that relative to the returns on the project, it will be manageable.
And the second question, will there be a war, a third world war in 10 years? I mean, what will happen between China and United States in 10 years? I mean, getting better, getting worse? Like, this is like for everyone. Question for everyone.
I don't think either side wants it, right? The risk, as John put up that book, right? The Most Dangerous Places or 5 Scenarios of War. I forget the name of the book, John, Brendan Taylor. But in all of those cases, whether it be South China Sea, Taiwan, I think what people are really afraid of is unintentional escalation, right? You get the two sides together, you get a couple of hot dog pilots that think they can do some maneuver, there's some incident, and then that nationalism that I think Leonard or somebody talked about earlier, right? That's been built up against one another. So there is rising anti-Chinese sentiment in the United States, that gets mobilized, makes it impossible for both sides to go down, and you get this vicious escalation that leads to a conflict. That's the risk. I hope it doesn't happen.
Can I just add, I can't get over how eloquent Anne-Marie is at 1:45 in the morning.
And since I have another engagement at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I am going to thank all of the conference organizers for inviting me. I want to thank Johannes, the rector, Hikamoto, and everybody else. And it's been wonderful on this panel with all of you. Thank all of you in the audience for coming. And I hope someday we can all be together in person.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Glad to have you here, and sorry for putting you past your bedtime.
Take care.
And the rest of the panelists, do you want to answer the same question? Like, what will happen in 10 years? Will there, I mean, will China, United States get their act together so we won't see any war? I mean, whatever. Yeah, go ahead, John.
So, yeah, great question. Let's firstly, no one knows the future. We're all guessing. But I wrote a piece recently, why China doesn't want to go for war, at least not yet. There's a lot of reasons why China needs to avoid war. Similarly, there's a lot of reasons why the United States needs to avoid war. Now, great powers that are nuclear powers tend to, when they face these kind of situations, they operate in the proxy domain, in the gray zone. My sense is that we're going to see more of that, and that's where we will see more contestation. I find a metaphor that's useful for me is actually thinking about the British Empire. 200, when Sir Francis Drake was sailing the ocean blue, there was no manifesto for European domination, the British domination of the world. It happened incrementally, and it happened because of the Industrial Revolution and because of the technology mismatch between the West and the East. That was a temporary mismatch, right? So they needed markets, they needed raw materials. And the Industrial Revolution drove them to go to India, to Malacca, to, all across the world, India, to China as well. It wasn't because they wanted to rule the world. It was because they wanted the economics. They wanted the trade. And then when you traded with somebody and somebody fought you, you then had to defend your traders. It happened incrementally over 200 years. My sense is that what we're seeing with China is something similar, but happening at warp speed. It's kind of happening way faster. And so there's no Chinese manifesto to, there's no Mein Kampf, there's no Lebensraum, there's no manifesto to dominate the world. But China's economy is driving this expansion. It's, you think about the UNCLOS. Chinese UNCLOS space is tiny. When they negotiated UNCLOS back in 1982, China did not wield that much influence. And it now looks out in the Pacific. One of the reasons why Australia is facing contestation, particularly in some of the micro states in the Pacific, is they have enormous exclusive economic zones, enormous, with very tiny populations. And so they're ripe for, for a country that's got small EEZ and wants fish protein, these are great places to go and get it. And so it's perfectly understandable what you're seeing. You're seeing a manifestation of a national interest, demonstrating when it butts up against the national interest of another, they behave this way. But we are living in the nuclear age still. The nuclear weapons have not gone away, and they are a huge deterrent on states crossing that threshold, because nobody knows what happens when two nuclear armed states fight. We've only ever had one such war, and that was when only the Americans had the bomb. Ever since then, the Americans have studiously avoided crossing the threshold. Even in the Vietnam War, even in Afghanistan, they've got the Moab, the mother of all bombs, right? But it's not a nuclear bomb. It's a conventional, it's TNT, it's explosives, right? So the point is that this fear of war needs to be put in context. China doesn't want it, it can't afford it, but it can afford proxy war and this, what I'm calling gray zone war. It's actually quite convenient because it can achieve many of its objectives by applying that approach. So I think talking about it as, are we going to war in 5 or 10 years time? I actually think that's not helpful. It's actually, how do we respond to the dynamics of a state pushing us short of war? And it's about diplomacy, and it's about collective view and collective will, and responding cleverly to pressures that do not require an armed response. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. I think we already almost out of time, and before Pak Dino has to leave, the organizer wants us to have one last photo op. Kind of sorry that that it's already too late for Anne-Marie, so she had to leave. But but thank you very much for your participation, and if you don't mind, we can shoot now. Let's do this. 1, 2, and then 3. Let's go. And I think now that we have completed our discussion, Pak Siswo, do you still want to add, or can I? Maybe I should just give it back to Pak Hikmanto. What this one something?
Yeah, perhaps one of. Yeah, we just issue our the result of our research on the South China Sea, and we are using the satellite imaging. And this is a bit funny because now in my division we have the working group on remote sensing and satellite. So we are trained with LAPAN of Indonesia, and then we try to see images. So we compared the satellite photograph, the rim of South China Sea now and 20 years ago, and it's getting brighter now. So, and then we try to see the coordinate, and we find that all the bright stuff in the South China Sea rim from Manila to Sabah, Sarawak, and Singapore, and all the way to Vietnam is from the industrial part. So there's been more investment in the South China Sea Rim. So you can see also that from the microeconomic side, there's a belief among the big companies that actually there might be a modicum of security or stability in the region. I think John is correct on the proxy wars, and we need to be very vigilant. But companies they believe that stability is in this region. Market size is big, and then there are a lot of potential for the global value chains, and that's why we have more and more industrial park in the rim of the South China Sea. So I think this will be also in liberal theory's contribution to peace as well.
Pak Yohanes, if I may, Pak Yohanes.
I'm going to give it to you for the last remark, for the closing remark.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Yohanes. Thank you very much, Pak Siswo, Pak Dino, Pak John, and of course, Anne-Marie. My last remark is this has been interesting hearing all of you discussing. Oh, and Pak Leonard Sebastian. So sorry, Pak Leonard. This has been very interesting for us in Indonesia. I don't think I agree with you all that I don't think that the World War III will start soon. However, we have to understand that the battleground for the rivalry between the US and China, it's in, and the question is how Indonesia will respond to this. We have to respond at the international level, but also we have to respond at the national level, because it seems to me that the Indonesian people have a say on this issue, not only the Indonesian government, but also the Indonesian people. And the Indonesian people, of course, can pressure the government what they should do when facing the challenges on the rivalry between the US and China. So I will stop there, and thank you very much for all the speakers. Again, Pak Leonard, Pak John, Pak Dino, and Pak Siswo, and of course Anne-Marie, who's now probably 1 o'clock in New York. Thank you very much, and thank you all the audiences for staying here and listening to this great conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Hikmanto. And I would like to also extend my thanks to all the speakers, Pak John, Pak Leonard, Pak Siswo, Pak Dino, and Professor Anne-Marie, who already left, unfortunately, because of the sleep. Now I'm going to give it back to the MC.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Yohanes Sulaiman. And then finally, we have into the end of session of international webinar of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University. I am representing Unjani, gives many thanks once again to all distinguished keynote speakers, to all committees, and to all the participants, and also Honorable our Rector, Pak Hikmanto Juwana, of this event, and him humbly apologize if there are any mistakes and shortcomings in organizing of this event. See you in the next seminar. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, and we will be closing this manner. Thank you. Good day and good night, and also thank you again. Thank you.